light? Can you see the light of need shining in my eye? Can you see the light? Can you see the light of need shining in my eye? Oh, you know I need you, baby, and I sure ain't gonna tell you no lie. See the light? Can you see the light of warmth shining on my face? I said, can you see the light, baby? Can you see the light of warmth shining on my face? All right. You know I want you, baby, and I got right on your broken place. Hey, help me, doctor, I got the flu. Hey! Did you see the light? Did you see the light of love shining from my heart? Did you see the light? Well, see the light of love shining from my heart. Well, you know I love you, my boy, and I sure wanna let this love start. Wait up, did you see the light? See the light? See the light, man? See the light? Thank you. Thank you.
God has blessed the memory of Jeff Healy. Hello, Gregory. Welcome back. I'm thinking of dropping a link today Not sure exactly what I'm going to do today. I've got something prepared, but I'll wait till more people are in. Like Joe. But Joe doesn't have to be here for this one. I think he missed last night's bit, but he can go back and see it if he wants. And I sent him that link, and I don't think there's anything else I needed to remember from yesterday. So, who's on? I slept for like 5 hours from like just after 5 till just after 10. Oh, and it snowed and snowed. Oh my God. Let me see if it's still on the ground. It is still on the ground. Look at this. It's already a mess in the streets. Snow and snow and snow. I hope you saw that. You could see that. So, I don't know what to do with nobody's here. 3 people. Gregory's the only one who said hello. So I got up after 10. Did some stuff I had to do. And went online. Saw that Crafty was on there, pretending she was friends with Rebel. I don't know if Rebel falls for it or if he just plays with her. Getting all mad at Katie. I saw her ingratiating herself with Katie on Rebel's stream. She was on Rebel's stream, and Katie went up there, and she's ingratiating herself with, oh, no, I don't think what you do isn't too bad. She's trying to be friends with Katie and maybe Naven. I don't know. And Katie recognizing her as being fair and rational, as if. And then today, she's giving Katie shit and Naven shit, calling them bad people for how they oh, I hate you for what you, she says, I hate you. So fucking enlightened. I hate you for what you did to Rebel's mom. When I was up there on Crafty's panel while she had COVID up there, and COVID's was saying he was going to take Rebel to court, which I thought he was serious. I'm like, for why? Because he fucking tagged him? That was ridiculous. So I called him on it and then found out he was joking. But then COVID's then made the next, 1 or 2 months about Rebel? Because he was just using Rebel because he was finding, just like the supposed pedophile hunters, they know that nobody likes a pedophile, so except another pedophile. So they picked the pedophile thing to, coagulate the crowd. And so that's what COVID's did. So many people ridicule Rebel, so he figured he'd get on the train just to get himself noticed, I guess. I don't know. Pick up on some of Richard Cheese's action. But I was the one sticking up for Rebel while Crafty was stabbing him in the back, left, right, and center. She just keeps on stabbing him in the back. Then today, she hates Katie for saying anything bad about Rebel's mom. Give me a break. Everything that comes out of that woman's mouth is just bullshit. So, and then she's going, Hamdulillah, Hamdulillah, like she fucking knows what she's saying. And Hamdulillah means God willing. So when somebody would say God willing, the Arabs would say Hamdulillah. But she says it like she knows Arabic. It's only because she lives in a place that has a lot of Arabs in it. So, but I've also seen her talk down to them. She's ridiculous. Rude and ridiculous. So let's see what else is on. I didn't even know I subscribed to this person. Michigan Constitutional Crusader. And Mulberry Transparency. Oh, maybe the Michigan Constitutional Crusader is Wolvie. CPAC. Nothing else is live. I wanted to play that song, Hunt You Down, Down, Down. But it's an Apple song, so I'll get in trouble. Well, I guess I can just start my presentation now. I have to load up the video. Okay, now, I saw the documentary by Al Jazeera about how the Israelis had infiltrated the UK government. It was a 4-part series. It's on my homepage. It's an excellent series. And then there was another one that I didn't know about till recently, which is how the Israeli lobby has infiltrated the United States. Now, they did it a long time ago, so I don't know how they're capturing a video of it now. But they go undercover and show you how the Israelis do it. So, here we go. I'm going to be watching it with you for the first time. It's kind of long. I don't know if we're going to get through it all today, is it?
Can I give you some images that suggest that you will take down?
In the first series of The Lobby, Al Jazeera's investigative unit exposed the role of pro-Israel operatives in Britain.
The headlines at 11 o'clock.
Israel's ambassador to the UK has apologised after a senior diplomat was caught on camera saying he wanted to take down the Foreign Office Minister, Sir Alan Duncan.
Sir Alan Duncan, who's a strong critic of Jewish settlements.
An undercover reporter for Al Jazeera doing an investigation into Britain's relationship with Israel.
This investigation exposes a covert Israeli campaign to influence British policy.
The investigation led to the resignation of Shai Massot, a senior political officer at the Israeli embassy.
Mr. Massot is also heard describing the Foreign Secretary Boris Johnson as an idiot.
The diplomat in question no longer seems to be a functionary of the embassy in London. And so whatever he may exactly have been doing here, his cover can be said to have been well and truly blown.
At the same time, Al Jazeera...
I have to interrupt it so that I follow the copyright laws. Hello, Mrs. J. Fuck me, it's Kat. Yes, I'm good, baby. How are you doing? I'll give you the link if you want. I'm not putting it out publicly, but if you want it, I'll Discord it to you. Right now I'm going over, unless you want to talk about something before I get into this, because it's just starting now. Oh, that's okay, Mrs. J. I told everybody how you don't know this, but you're the only admin wrench in here now. I took away the other two. Hi, Rebel. Welcome back. You should go back to a little bit, rewind a little bit, because I just gave Crafty shit for pretending that she's your friend. Yeah. So okay, I'll put the link out. Hold on. Before I get into this. Should I pin it? Or just let it disappear over time? Very tired. Okay. All right. That's what I'll do. Okay. So stop that. Okay. So they did Al Jazeera did a documentary on infiltrating. Oh, okay. lag. They did a documentary about how the Israeli lobby infiltrated the UK. And now this one, what comes afterwards, and it's how the Israeli lobby infiltrates the U.S. government. But they already did that decades ago, so I don't know. I guess they still keep on doing it with all the new politicians coming. I don't know.
Had been running a second undercover operation. Some of our reporters' covert filming was included in the first series of The Lobby. His identity became known. Tony had spent 5 months inside the pro-Israel lobby in the United States. He'd impressed colleagues with his understanding of the Middle East.
You have the resourcefulness and the depth, to sort of think strategically about this, whereas most people aren't able to do that.
A prominent Jewish online magazine described Tony as the perfect gentleman who became one of the town's best-liked Zionist activists.
You did amazing work here. The guys don't stop talking about you. They still talk about you.
Tony threw elaborate parties, and apparently anyone interested in telling a story about sinister Israeli influence in America's capital couldn't have asked for a better guest list.
This is true
In a new
investigative
edition of The
journalism.
Lobby, we investigate the role of pro-Israel advocacy groups in this country in the first of a 4-part series, how the lobby is being drawn into Israel's covert campaign to spy on American citizens. Using an undercover reporter, Al Jazeera's investigative unit infiltrates one of the most powerful lobbies in the world.
Getting $38 billion in security aid to Israel matters, which is what AIPAC just did.
We examine how the lobby, led by AIPAC, the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, has secured unwavering support in Congress.
AIPAC, AIPAC. These are the people who steal American tax dollars. Billions of American tax dollars.
What the lobby is all about is to make sure that Israel gets special treatment from the United States forever.
Forever.
But after occupying Palestinian lands for half a century, the pro-Israel lobby is facing a new challenge.
We called for a full boycott of Israel, divesting from it, and eventually imposing sanctions on it to achieve.
This, what he's talking about is BDS, boycott and divest and sanctions. This is a peaceful way of fighting Israel. It's a peaceful way. One moment, please. Okay. Hello. Hello. Oh, good.
Oh, I'm tiny.
Yeah, I know. Hold on. I'll switch the.
I'm really small.
I am here. I'm here. I'm here. I'm just. This is my. I'm testing different. I forgot what you call them. Templates. You know, like.
Bobby Rowdy template.
If there were 6 of us
Oh,
here.
you've got the moving background. You discovered the moving backgrounds.
No, is it moving?
Yeah. The background's moving.
It is.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah. I've got a moving background on mine as well.
Well, I'm working with the free version, so I'm gonna put us regular. Hold on.
I've just moved to the free
when I've got
version. Hello.
There we go.
I wasn't thrown up in the top left-hand corner.
Well, that's the setup for if I have more people here, and I just wanted to straggle them different, like instead of having this straight lines all the time.
Yeah, yeah.
So I made a different template plate, but this is better if it's just the 2 of us.
Yeah. Oh, I'm just stretching my back a bit whilst I'm talking to you. Oh, yeah, man. It's been a year. I mean, is it 2 years now?
2 years.
2 years.
In life, yes. I mean, I've been on YouTube since 2007, but in this, speaking with people, it's been 2 years. Yeah.
2 years of this absolutely crazy motherfucking mental 2 years that YouTube has brought both of us.
Yeah, it's definitely.
Who was on the panel when we first met? Who was it? It was Nudie. He was on the fat panel when we first met. Nudie, you, me, SG. Who else was it?
I don't remember.
I can't remember either.
And I don't even really know how did you find my channel?
SG introduced me to you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Because what happened was I said, I need more channels to go to there's no shit going on. I just want to go and talk about stuff that I'm not allowed to talk about in a constructive way, not and then he said, oh yeah, I know where to go. There's this I've been going to this clap lady. No, he said Sweetleaf. I've been going to the Sweetleaf lady. So I was like, yeah, okay, I'll come over with you. Dive right in.
I think New Guru introduced me to SG, and then he started coming around. I always get him mixed up with another guy who's Canadian. But SG started porn bombing me. I haven't seen him since, but he started porn bombing. I was like, what the hell?
Oh, he's probably it's probably a troll, isn't it?
I don't know. I have seen now that they're doing this thing where they're using a soundboard and pretending that there's someone, and then pull out the
SG and Crinkle hate each other.
Oh, so it could have been Crinkle pretending.
Yeah, that would be Crinkle. Yeah, and he'll be sat with glee, rubbing his hands like a little goblin underneath the Tower of London.
Underneath the Tower of London. I haven't dealt with him at all, and I haven't watched the English shows anymore. I don't, without God Bless around. Smiler's the only other one that was taking part in all that fuck shit, and
I'll be honest. I'll be honest. I'll be really honest.
Yes.
Hey, Terry. Oh my God! Come on, we've got to get the itches of Weestwick. The witches of Eastwick. Get her off here now.
I'm sure.
The itches of Weestwick.
Was Cher in it? Hold on, was Cher even in it?
What was Terry? What
was Cher in?
Yeah, Cher was in it.
Okay, yeah. Okay, I get to be Cher.
Terry's going to be slightly pissed off that you said that, because I think Terry might also say that she would want to be Cher if she was one of the itches of Weestwick.
Westwick. The Witches of Cheshire. Yeah,
Oh, she can't come up. She's with a friend. There we go.
I can't come up with a friend. Okay. Well, good to see that you're still breathing.
I won't share.
Why does Terry have a thing about share?
No, it's the share. The share.
No, I mean, how did you know that she was?
Oh, Terry's definitely a share.
Terry?
Yeah.
Okay, then I'm Susan Sarandon.
Yep.
And you can be the pretty blonde one. Oh, what's her
The one
Michelle,
that goes around. Yeah. Fuck yeah, I'll be Michelle Pfeiffer. Bloody hell.
I'll be Susan Sarandon.
Oh, but yeah, she does have babies a lot, doesn't she?
Does she? I don't know anything about her private life.
She's got loads of kids. She's got loads of kids. That's like one of her things. And then the other one's got Susan Sarandon hasn't got any kids, and the other one's got shitloads of kids. And then the share one is the one that makes the pottery stuff.
The what?
The pottery.
Oh, you mean in the movie? Oh, okay. Yeah. I thought you meant in real life.
Oh, numb nuts.
Because I was thinking, no, you're thinking about that. I think her name is Angela or something.
That is the Pictures of Eastwick.
Yeah. I didn't realize you're talking about the character.
Oh, fuck. I'm having another joint. That was funny as fuck. I'm having another joint.
That's a good idea. Let's go. Let's
do it. Let's phone.
And then when you said about Cher's kids, I thought she's the one who had the boy girl, Chastity. What did Chastity change her name to?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't got a clue.
I remember
Dave.
Dave. Dave.
Dave, son of Cher.
Son of Sunny. I used to watch their show, the Sonny and Cher show, when I was growing up. And
I don't know that. You see, I don't ever, as a child, remember watching it.
Oh yeah. It was a variety show that we used to watch on TV when I was like a little girl, 5-6 years old. And then to me, they were my parents and I was Chastity, right? So I saw them like my family. And then they split up at around the same time that my parents split up, which back then in the 70s for your parents to split up, that was a big thing.
Yeah.
And so I used to cry after that. After they split up, but they were still doing the show. And I used to cry when they, hold hands and sing the song and everything. And I just sort of felt like it was my parents. And, back then that's when you try to get your parents together. You want to get your parents back together, or you think that, somehow you have something to do with it.
Now I know that my life was totally and utterly fucked up when I was a kid. It's like I look back and go, that's fucked up. That's just crazy. When I think about it now,
Yeah.
Crazy shit.
You think,
but I have some good news. Do you want to hear it?
Yes, please.
Right. So we did a Scientology protest 3 weeks ago at the British HQ. Right when the big international event with Tom Cruise and Nancy fucking Albright and all that lot and David Miscavige were there, and there they were. I was in the chat on fucking YouTube, but they were there, and 4 people have left Scientology since that happened
because of that protest.
Yeah.
Nice. I wonder if they wanted to before and they were scared.
Yeah. So it's brilliant. Yeah, I'm really chuffed. So I was happy about that news.
So the protest was online, or it was in person?
No, they were in person. They were there right at the international event with Tom Cruise and all those famous fucking celebrity people. Yeah, so bosh that out the park. Job done. Lovely.
Wouldn't it be a coup to get all the celebrities to leave? Tom Cruise and John Travolta and Kirstie Alley. Actually, she's dead now, but
yeah, she died of cancer, being an invincible being.
Is that what
Go
they
get-
tell them? You'll never die if you become a Scientologist?
They're a Scientologist forever. And ever. And ever. And ever. And ever. And ever.
Never.
Ever and
Okay.
ever and ever.
I've got a song ready
Yeah.
for the toke out.
Oh, fuck, I haven't rolled it yet.
Well, get rolling.
Oh, sorry. Give me a minute. So please just punch about that.
Yes.
And the channel's doing all right. Got a few subs going. Got about 650 now. Doing exactly what I want it to do, which is grow organically.
Bravo. Good girl. Congratulations.
I want an organically grown, no pesticide YouTube channel.
No pesticide.
Oh, I've gone small again. Look, I'm tiny.
we need DDT to get rid of some of these trolls.
What trolls?
Well, not right now. I mean, that walk the streets.
Oh, they're always going to be there. There's nothing we can do about it. There was, I've got a clip from last night, right? Where local experimentalist, whose Discord group I'm in, he went on a live stream with a guy we were talking to a week previously about gematria. I can't believe I got that sentence out so well.
Is that numbers? Gematria?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he came on and it was really good. It was interesting, So yesterday, Local went onto his stream and it all went wrong. And this guy, right? This guy so lost his shit. Oh my God, it was so funny. I was crying by the end of it. He lost his shit so bad with Local. He kicked him as well and then carried on. Ready for this? And I'm not joking you. He carried on for 15 minutes, still going on about him. And it was so funny. And he was going, well, that Mrs. J, she's all right. She's all right, but yeah, local experimentalist.
Oh, local experiment. Oh, I think I did see that. Local experiments in the UK. Is that what it's called?
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they've been to my channel before, actually. Are they a good guy or a bad guy?
He's lovely. Absolutely lovely. He's doing some stuff.
I'm lucky to have had him here.
Yeah, he's just a really nice guy. Really nice guy.
Cool. Welcome back, Terry. Exiled's running around here like a cockroach.
Exiled 1. I like the dinosaur emoji.
But I have to go to the YouTube window to see the emojis because it just says no like names for them.
Yeah, it's a little dinosaur. It's
a little
really
tiny neck.
Yeah, it's one of those diplodocus things. Yeah, it's like a diplodocus, and it's as if a child has drawn it, though.
Right. Yeah, there's some really good emojis that I don't get to see on YouTube. They're not. But I see them
there's some new ones. There's this one. It really makes me laugh because in StreamYard, every time I see it come up in StreamYard, it's not. You don't know what it is until you go onto YouTube to see it, and that's this blue goat. Right? There's a blue goat.
A new YouTube.
And every time someone does the blue goat in the chat on StreamYard, it comes up with some freaking thing about this goat, right? And I always think of Goat Boy, that Oh, what's his face?
on Saturday Night Live.
Yeah, Bill Hicks. Bill Hicks.
Yeah.
Every time I see
that
the
guy's
blue
cool.
goat,
That guy's cool. You should find his YouTube channel or his Facebook, and
Who?
he's the guy who plays Goat Boy on Saturday Night Live.
Oh yeah, no, I've got Bill Hicks. I've got all of his
not Bill
stuff.
Hicks. It's not. I don't think
Bill
it's that
Hicks.
his name. I don't.
Bill Hicks is the guy who invented Goat Boy.
Is that his name?
No, Goat Boy is Bill Hicks' alter ego when he's tripping. It's probably a good way of describing it.
Charlie.
Of course, there's a blue goat. I still haven't made this doobie yet. I'm so sorry. I'm waffling on.
No. His name is Jim Bauer. Jim Bauer. Bauer.
Is he bald?
No.
Is he not got any hair?
Is there like a British Goat Boy? Because I'm talking about the American one on Saturday Night Live.
No, I'm talking about Bill Hicks when he does Goat Boy. Do you know what could be happening here? There could be a parallel universe, right? At this moment in time, and we're just both on it. And I'm looking over at you and I'm going, I know what you're talking about. There could be two. And you're coming looking and giving me that look going, actually, I wonder if there's two. I'll telepathically send that over to Abby so that she's got that information.
Well, the guy I'm talking about is Jim Bauer, and he's a comedian. Obviously, he was on Saturday Night Live, but he tells it like it is. He is so good at putting the oligarchy down with his humor. He's obviously doesn't get any airtime on the mainstream media anymore, but on YouTube and on Facebook, he's hilarious. I love when people out the oligarchy, but they have a way of joking about it, and it just sort of relieves the tension that you feel, while you're watching that other people don't see what the oligarchy's up to. And when you see somebody does and they have good jokes about it, it's good for your health.
Maybe I don't know about. No, maybe I do know about him. I'll put him on so we can have a look. I've done guessing and I feel really small.
Yeah, once I start the music, are you rolled yet?
I'm just, can you hear me grinding? I'm nearly there. I'm nearly there. Yeah, I'm nearly there. Hold on, not long now. I've got whilst I'm just topping it up, I've got some new stuff from the government, and this is a new one because my old one was unavailable, so they put me on this one. Oh, I like it.
What old one wasn't available? What are you talking about?
Well, I get my weed from the government.
Yeah.
Well,
no, I didn't. I forgot. I mean.
Oh yeah. My weed is, but I have to pay half price for it. So mine is. That's why I never mind talking about it, Kat, because I'm legal.
Right. I forgot it was illegal.
Yeah. So, yeah. I can't remember what I was saying. That's good, but I've got it. I've rolled it. It's done.
Are you? Okay, so I'll get rid of this here. All right. And
why are you doing it in a Devonshire accent?
Sure, go ahead.
I
can't. So 3, 2, 1. Light up your dance.
Light up that hood.
You can still hear it?
Yeah.
This is me singing.
Spencer's got a 19-inch Hitachi. Many demons lingering. Friday night, he pulled a gun to change the channel. Something that he picked up from a king. His wife remembers well the man she knew. Seems the dream she had of all turned black and blue. She's wasted.
What?
It's going to love heart you on the side. You know how you can do those? Oh, I can't do that on yours.
Say again.
You've not got the love heart on the right hand side that you can tap like TikTok does. You don't have that.
It's there on the YouTube page.
It might be because I've got moderation thing. I don't know. Maybe I don't know.
No, I got moderation too. I can see the heart. But it's on the YouTube page. It's not on the StreamYard page.
Ah, yeah.
That heart gets in the way though. You want to press the 3.
Oh, isn't that annoying? It's that, isn't it?
Yeah.
And you have to. You got that the heart right. And if your message pops up, nobody can read it because the bloody heart's in the way. It's dumb, isn't it?
You have to press, like say you want to put the panel link and then pin it, and you can't because the heart's in the way.
Yes.
So what you do is you do another line with just like a period or something. That'll move the line up, and then you can reach the 3 dots.
Good cat, by the way. My head's going.
What's good?
Music.
You like my voice?
Yeah, it's lush, man.
It was good. Once upon a time.
Well, now you're more of a Bonnie Tyler.
Yeah.
A little bit of a...
Actually, Cher was one of the people. Cher was one of the people I was trying to copy when I was growing up. And she had a sort of a raspy voice. She had a seasoned voice, and I had a little girl's voice, so I was always trying really hard to sound like her. And there was an actress named Brenda Vaccaro. Remember her?
Remind me, lovely.
Oh, I can't remember what she was in. She was in all the 70s shit in America, in the States. And she had this raspy voice, and I just thought that was so cool. There was even a Friends about it one time when the blonde one was trying to sing with a cold. You remember that episode? Smelly Cat?
You still hear me? You still hear me, yeah.
Yeah, I used to do that. So when I'd get a cold, I would sing on purpose, even though I shouldn't have been. I should have been protecting my voice. But I would sing on purpose just so I could ruin my voice so I could get that raspy voice.
You've done it.
Yeah, now I sound like Marge's sisters. My voice was
make a really good Marge Simpson replacement. This is true.
I would make a good Marge Simpson.
Yeah, I reckon.
Marge is not that bright, though.
No, but the voice you could do.
Oh, yeah, no, I could do one of her sisters. It's even worse than Marge's. Well,
the twins.
Up until I was about 40, when people would call my phone, my home phone, as I used to have a home phone, right? Remember those days? And they would ask. They would ask to speak to my parents. I'm a grown woman. I have my own child.
Because your voice was so high.
My voice was so high. But I would get laryngitis because I would sing 2 hours a day, 5 days a week, just at home while Natalie was taking her nap. she actually got so used to it that one day she climbed out of her toddler bed where she was taking her nap, came into the living room. I wasn't singing that day because I had laryngitis, and she said she couldn't sleep. I used to blast the music. I mean, blast it. I was blasting Sass Jordan and Hart and Alanis Morissette and, you know, Sarah, what's her name? Amanda Marshall. Like, I was just blasting this music from the stereo and then singing into my phone answering machine to record it. So I could hear it back. So if I was wondering how this piece of a song, because you can only get 3 minutes on the recording. So, and songs are usually about 4.5 minutes. So I couldn't record the whole song. But if I was wondering how something sounded from the outside, I'd sing into my answering machine, and I'd have to adjust the sound of the stereo to my voice, make sure it was equal. And
there's a song on the album by Bjork after she left the Sugar Cubes, and now the album, where she did the vocals in a toilet, in a cubicle, in a sort of girls' toilet. She sang in there because the sound she wanted.
It's excellent. I used to go when I was in the.
Hey, you're in the toilet. You must have good sound in there.
But Marge's sister singing in the toilet is not going to sound like Bjork. Well, maybe kind of. She's kind of weird.
No, it's going to sound like Marge Simpson in the toilet singing.
Yeah. What are her sisters' names? Patty and something else.
I have no idea. If anyone's in that and they're able to type, can you let us know the answer to that question? Because I'm not googling it. I like the idea of surprise.
When I was in grade school, see, up until I stopped singing, it was a tragic thing when I stopped singing. Up until I stopped singing when I was 30 something. Although that recording was done when I was 30. Yeah, that recording was at the end of my singing at a karaoke. It was 1997, so I was 31. So up until then, I needed to sing. It was like, you know how this doesn't happen to me anymore, but when I was a kid, anytime when I'd wait for decades, when I woke up in the morning, I'd have to stretch. I needed to stretch, right? It was just something you can't stop. You need to do it, right? I needed to sing. I had to sing. It was a bodily function. I needed to get it out. So when I was in grade school, I would excuse myself from class, go to the girls' bathroom, and just belt out a couple songs, which I didn't realize you could hear from outside in the hallway. So I would just go there and get it out. I just had to get it out of my system. And then I'd just go back to class and pretend like nothing happened. And then this girl named Debbie Lee Hugh, a little black girl in another class, but my grade, she used to go and sing in the bathroom too. And one time we met together at the same time as we were both doing the same thing. We found out that each other did the same thing. She used to sing black music.
That's a love story.
Yeah. Singing was my life. It was my reason to be alive. It was just to sing. And then that was before I found sex and really good food. And and now I don't sing at all.
Why?
Because I can't do it anymore properly, and it breaks my heart to pieces.
So you have to move sideways. Do what I did with the art thing. Move sideways.
Well, I do other artistic things.
No, but I'm still saying, because I still do, I do my art. It's just I'm doing it differently.
Even but like I was in a band.
Yes, isn't it, right? I reckon you could do this. You could do something like hum, or
if I get a wrong note, I just want to flog myself.
Well, that's silly, isn't it?
I know. It is.
Why are you beating yourself up for getting it wrong? How are you going to practice?
Because I know better. It's like,
Oh my God, Kat, listen to yourself.
When I go to sing the note, I've got the note in my head. I've got the note in my vibrations. And then when it comes out, probably got nodes all over my fucking vocal cords. When it comes out of my vocal cords, it doesn't come out like that. And anybody from the outside would think, oh my God, she's completely fucking tone deaf. And I'm not. I can feel the note in my body. I can almost draw it. But it just won't.
Why don't you write it down and get someone to play it?
No, I don't mean write the notes on a score. I mean, I can almost draw the sound. I mean, it's like,
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
I know what that note is, but when it comes out of my vocal cords, it's broken. And it just breaks my heart. Every wrong note breaks my heart. And I have one song that I sang in the last couple years. And it is that song by Michael Bublé.
Okay.
Listen, I started singing it, just sort of.
Not the Bublé. All right, I won't not the Bublé, but can we just a little bit not the Bublé?
I don't know that joke. I just know he's a French-Canadian singer. And he's really gorgeous, but he's so shallow. And I actually
Isn't he married to a Chilean woman?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Him and that other gorgeous guy, George.
In the United Kingdom, right? Shall I tell you the joke about him in the United Kingdom? So in the United Kingdom, in fact, actually around this time of year, you'll suddenly see on Facebook, and it's a picture of a cave, and it's a meme of it's been going for years. It's a cave, and then Michael Bublé peeping through the round corner.
You mean like Jesus's cave? Where Jesus?
No, just like a shit cave. Cave. It's just a shit cave, and half of Michael Bublé
so they just bring him out the Christmas song.
And it basically said it's that time of year again. It's that time of year again, and it comes around every year on my Facebook.
Yeah. My favorite Christmas song. Well, it's not a Christmas song, but it comes out at Christmas. It's not my favorite Christmas song. It's not my favorite song about the
Can I guess?
Yeah, go ahead.
I bet it is the Pogues.
No.
Fuck. What is it?
Mariah Carey.
Oh my God, that was the first thing I thought of. I went, that I'm going to actually brush that thought aside because there's no way it's going to be that.
It has nothing to do with Christmas. It's about fucking Santa, and I call him Satan. So it's about Satan Claus. I am every year I get more and more angry about Satan Claus. More and more angry that Christians can't see through this Zionist trick. It really, but I'm not Christian, so I got nothing to say about it, right? Like I have no voice in the Christian milieu, right? But I'm just so pissed off that we can't see
Christmas. It's Yule, and it's the longest day of the year. Let's celebrate that. And then we know that.
No. Listen, I know it's not even.
Don't celebrate fucking New Year because it's not New Year because it's actually Yule.
No, I want to celebrate Jesus' birthday, even if it's not. It's his unbirthday. I want to celebrate Jesus' unbirthday. I think he is one of the greatest men of all time, even though he's been built up after his death, obviously, and people have lied about things that he said. But I think he was a spiritual teacher. And he was so important. And because he had the ear of so many people around the world for so many millennia, for a couple millennia now, he is one of the most important, greatest men ever. And to have a day for him, I don't give a shit what day it is, have a day for him to celebrate the fact that we were lucky enough to hear him is important to me. So I don't want to change it to something pagan or, I want it to be about Jesus' birthday. And what really pisses me off is that Christians don't. They would rather make it about Satan, a Zionist fucking creature meant to dismantle their belief in everything good. Just replace Jesus with Satan.
all of that's fucked up. The whole thing. It's all
all
fucked up.
against what Jesus stood
It's all
for.
fucked up. And
Yeah.
I'll stand by, you know, I'm not even just because I said Yule, I'm just talking about the day that it's I celebrate the longest day and the you know, the shortest day and the longest day.
Yeah, and the
That's
equal,
what I celebrate. I don't bother with my birthday. I'm not interested.
Oh, that's the best day of the whole year. Is my birthday.
No, I like that one to pass me by.
Jeez.
Yeah. See you
Missing
later.
out on a party.
But I do like midsummer and midwinter.
Okay, I think that people who say that they're paganists right now, and please I don't mean to be disrespectful because I don't know if I'm talking about you or not, but people that I
told you, I just love midwinter and midsummer. I think they're brilliant.
They just celebrate those kind of things, but if you look at paganism, that's fucking evil too, for fuck's sakes. People dancing around with dead goat heads and fucking celebrating in blood and shit like that. It's like, that is so fucking satanistic. So I'm not down with pagans. I'll hug a tree any day of the year.
Yeah.
But and I think it's really cool that we have a day in the year that is the exact equal sun and darkness. Like that's fucking, right. So but I would never call myself a pagan because that is, to me, that's just fucking evil. So, and I'm not Christian, and I don't believe in all the fucking hype and the bullshit that they tout.
Religion can go fuck themselves with a big stick.
Huh?
Religion can go and fuck itself with a big stick.
Organized religion. But
all of it, man. It's just about energy. It's not about anything but
of
our
course.
whole life.
Yes.
You know? Exactly, yeah? You know what I mean?
Yes.
It's like we could disagree on that conversation just there regarding how you feel about Jesus and I feel about Jesus, but that part doesn't matter because we both know the end result is we both see the same thing.
Exactly. And that's why I don't have any problem with the Christian religion if people follow it. If people are walking hand in hand with what they feel is God, then they are still steering towards the same place I am. So I don't care if they dress it up that way and I dress it up in the New Age way and somebody else dress it, well, not the pagan way because that's pretty satanistic, but dress it up in the nice mid like the seasons and stuff like that. However you see it, it all comes down to the energy and the energy of love. Right? That's why Satanists get excluded. It's the energy of love. So who cares if they're Christian, Jewish, Muslim? It's the energy that matters. And that's the common denominator. So you want to call yourself a Christian? Go ahead. Don't call yourself a Christian and then worship Satan.
Huh?
I said, what I don't tolerate is somebody who calls himself a Christian and really is doing Satanistic shit. Tearing down their neighbors.
That's what's so amazing about cognitive dissonance.
Yeah.
That's what's so phenomenal about cognitive dissonance. It blows my mind all the time because people aren't logical. They just become illogical overnight and a switch.
They're not willing to look at it though. See, I have cognitive dissonance myself. I recognize it sometimes as I'm going along. I'll go, oh, that was my cognitive dissonance. Why the fuck was I thinking why didn't I question that? So I still run into those things.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah.
But I'm checking myself.
I reckon that's just natural though. Do you know what I mean?
Course.
Really
we were brought up in a complete lie, everything around us. That's why I don't blame the flat earth people for thinking the earth's flat because we've been lied to about everything. What if we were lied to about that?
Yeah.
So I don't blame them for thinking that, but I don't believe it. But we were brought up in a play as characters, and we had no idea. So now that I'm seeing it, I check myself, and that's the important thing. I'm not perfect. I still have cognitive dissonance, but I recognize it. I look at myself and check myself. And that's what people need to do. Don't beat yourself up because you have cognitive dissonance. Beat yourself up because you're not trying to find it and eradicate it. right?
Yeah, the thing with it, that's the crazy thing about it.
Yeah,
that's the whole. I mean, it's just, it's ever decreasing circles of conversation that
identify
and
it.
this sort of almost brainwashing. Yeah, well, like programming on the TV, all of it. Do you know what I mean?
It's all
And
somebody dynamic says something, and
let
then
it go, let
it's
it
an amen
go.
chorus. It's an amen chorus because they need to belong so badly. Okay,
But I
I'll
want to
believe this
belong.
lie and I'll tell this lie as long
I'll
as I get
belong. Make me small and I'll belong. I'll belong. I'll belong. Yeah. And I have brain farts so bad sometimes, and I had a massive one today.
Oh, yeah.
It took me ages to fucking just put it all into perspective and put it all back in its place again, which is fine. It's where it should be now. But fuck me, it took me about 2 hours to kind of defrag it all. I was like, right.
I haven't heard that word in a while. And in fact,
What?
I should probably do that to my computer, defrag it. I haven't thought about defragging. I have, but I'm not on a Windows computer. So I think I found it one time since I've had this computer.
I am.
Oh, yeah. Should I play? I've never played this song online. I've never.
Well, yeah, because I'm a day late celebrating 2 years of your crazy life on YouTube. We should have done this thing where we've gone back to the streams, like way back, like, and just found us and see what we both were saying at that particular point in time. We should do that.
Well, I have it. It's all privated now, but I have it. But I mean, I was.
I've privated it.
I don't like to look back on when I was becoming this victim. Like all of a sudden, I was being bullied now. Huh?
Victim.
Well, that's what they were trying to make me into, and I almost fell into it because I was gobsmacked, to put it in your language. I had no idea that people would even do this. Like it just
I don't
didn't
know what
occur to
we're
me
talking about.
walk into a den of people with Schadenfreude up their fucking asses.
I don't know what we're talking about, Kat.
Going onto a panel for the first time 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And being being led in,
Oh, did they throw a fish out and you caught it and you got reeled in?
I got reeled in because I thought we were having a real conversation, and we were for hours, or I thought so. But the host was absolutely planning on throwing me as chum to these sharks. And at the first, I was just laughing. I was like, you can't be serious, right? But then they just kept on going on. It's calling me horrible names that you would never call a woman on the street, these names, I mean, not a woman on the street, but, like any woman out in public. You would never call her these names. And here they are. They don't even know me. They disagree with something I've said. And now all of a sudden I'm their food. And
okay. So please let me get the clip then of what happened to local experimentalists yesterday. So because obviously locals just absolutely got it yesterday, right? Fucking full on, right? I'll get it up, and I know 100% he has no issue with me sharing this or whatsoever. The guy whose video it is might.
But see, it's the journey that I took. I used it to find little things about me, right? Because I was here for me anyway. Can you hear me? Or you're on your phone?
Yeah, one more. I'm just trying to find this cat. One more.
Okay, as long as you can hear me. So
one more.
I used.
Oh, there it is. Let me just get this because I have to tell myself because of my brain, my darling. One more.
I know.
Darling.
I just need to keep on telling the story for anybody else who's listening.
Okay. One more.
So over the last 2 years.
Oh no! The live's gone. Oh, the live's gone. Oh fuck! I do hope that fucking Token downloaded it. I'm gonna have to just. Oh no! That's a Cunty
stream?
cunt. Oh my god.
Whose stream is
The
it?
guy deleted it.
Whose stream?
He was called Auditing Audio. And I met him on Local Experimentalist stream last week. And we were talking about gematria. And Local then went on his stream, and he just like if something's like, he just says it as it is, but he just does it quite softly. Yeah, he's a really soft and gentle vibe to him, you know.
Right.
And so they were nattering away, and it led on to 2 different conversations. And Local was really stoned, so he was kind of a bit of a conversation behind, almost. So the guy was talking so fast that Local hadn't really caught up with him a bit because he was really stoned, which I knew that was what was going on to me. It was right.
Right.
And then the guy was so angry about Local's reply that he kicked him off the stream and blocked him, and then proceeded to absolutely annihilate him for 15 minutes. And I've never laughed so much in my life. It was so funny because he was talking utter shit.
Oh,
do you know what I mean? He was just like,
yeah. I know. That's
he was saying my followers, my followers, all that sort of stuff.
Has he got a lot of followers?
No, it was about 6 people in the stream.
Think big.
Yeah, you'd think that 300 people were there the way he was going off for 15 minutes. And I think 2 of those people were me and Token. Oh, it was so funny. And that's how you got to look at it, man. If you have, this guy is going to forever.
No. What you're talking about is something way different. You're not talking.
Okay.
This is what happened with me.
I'm trying to make you feel better. Oh well.
Oh yeah, no. Okay. If it had been like that, then that would have been much easier to take. But Local's not new either, so I'm not. He must have seen other times when people have been really brutal.
Oh man, yeah.
The guys who say over the top things like Brett and like Bird, they're funny because they're so. It's like you'd have to be a complete fucking idiot to believe it, right? But so it's a great put down because it doesn't really go to anybody. Really, it's not real. So I can laugh at those. It's when they find something from somebody's past. Not that's not what they did with me, but they found something in somebody's past, and then they find this wound and they just make it wider and wider until the person.
Oh, the pickers, and they pick.
Yeah, but they affect that person's real life because when they turn off the YouTube, they've still got that energy and that fear. And that fear, and that's entering somebody's real life as far as I'm concerned. So
at that point, if that happened to me, I'd take time out.
Well, okay, but the problem is that these Satanists, these demons, are still on YouTube. So I figured that what I would do is use my journey to try and, like a magnet, draw other people who were similar to me and saw what was wrong and I don't want to be a physical warrior anymore. I grew up for decades wanting to be a physical warrior. I wanted to go over to Israel and fucking fight them. I was hoping that the First Nations in Canada would rise up against the government and I would go and fight on their side. I was just a warrior. And then I got older and wiser and now not very physical. And I realized the benefit and how it's so stupid. You can't fight violence with violence. You can at the moment, but you can't cure the problem of violence with violence. It has to be something greater than violence. And what is greater than violence? Love. How do you love somebody who's a fucking Nazi and kills Palestinians for fucking fun? How do you love them? Well, you have to have compassion for the fact that somehow somebody brainwashed them into thinking that Palestinians are subhuman. That would be the
Okay,
Zionist.
so I'm going to step in here. So I've not watched too much because
I'm not talking about this specific thing.
No. Just so you know, but I have seen what God Bless the UK put in locals chat on Saturday. So I'm now seeing maybe there's a difference of opinion.
What?
Is that right?
Oh, God Bless put up something that was pro-Israeli?
Yeah.
Okay, he's an example. And this is the first time I'm going to say something negative about him. But
We can go backstage if you want.
No.
Okay.
If he's putting this fucking tripe out there, then I'm going to have to fight that fucking tripe with my response. So obviously there's only.
Okay, well, I'm not stirring the pot here.
No,
I know you're not. I'm just saying what I'm seeing. And
well, thank God I haven't seen him. I haven't seen hide nor hair of him for months, and I'm glad, especially if that, because I already got the idea of how easily programmable he is, and how he just likes to please the crowd. And so
maybe
now,
that's enough now. Maybe that's enough there.
He's pro-Zionist.
Yeah, but let's leave that there. Now I know. Okay, that's fine. I've totally got where we're at on that.
I didn't know that he would stand with the people who commit genocide, but now I know that now that part now it's filled in, but I haven't seen anything about him or what he had to say.
The live stream on Saturday was half and half. So what I found that very interesting because I moderate for local.
Is that the topic you mean? The topic.
There was a massive. There was over 110,000 people protesting on Saturday. And local was there.
Welshman's version.
Yeah, both Welshman was there because he was with local. So yeah, and I mod for local. You see, so I saw the stream. The problem I have is that because I've been doing the stuff that I've been researching, I haven't seen as much as everybody else. But what I can say is, I tell you honestly, it was absolutely split down the middle. But what amazed me, Kat, let me finish. What amazed me.
I'm not interrupting. Wait a second. This is my answer to how people are so rude and talk to the chat while somebody on the panel is talking. So what I did was showed Bitter Purple that I have.
Oh shit! Sorry, I didn't see
waved to him to say hello, so that he knew that I saw him without interrupting you.
And because I'm not looking at the chat, I can just see you. Yeah, because I watched and moderated a channel where there was an absolute split down the middle. But I have moderated over 100 protests in the last 2 years, guaranteed. Over the last 3 years, last 2.5 years.
I've
definitely for other people in the UK. So I know how many people have been at these protests. And that one on Saturday, I haven't seen that many thousand people since that COVID protest right at the beginning.
Which one are you talking about? The anti-Israel or
the Palestine protest on Saturday?
March for Palestine.
Yeah. I'm not saying anything on that because I don't want to get.
Well, that's nice for you to say that, because that is true. That there are so many people that are decent on this planet, and they get drowned out by the demons. And the demons have the airwaves. The demons are the bullies. The demons are the ones who are out there in front of everybody, and they're the ones who have hundreds or thousands or millions of followers. They're the demons. But there are so many decent people out there that know the difference between right and wrong. They're called the fringe here. And
I think
it was good to see all those people.
What I do know, Kat, what I do know on my limited information is that 5 million people is genocide. That's what I do know, Kat.
No,
you know?
no, you're wrong. You don't know that. That's not true at all. That's not the definition of genocide. That's not the legal or the proper definition of genocide at all. 5 million. There's no number involved in the definition. And by the way, you should know the difference. Okay, wait a second. I'm gonna pull back a bit. Sorry.
Yeah, pull back. I'm with you.
Okay, I know. I can hear all the other people saying it over all the decades. And okay, so this battle that's been going on since Zionism was born in 1897 in Europe. Zionists, Ashkenazi Jews, are from Europe and now from the United States. They are not the Jews that lived alongside the Palestinians. Those are ethnic Jews, not Ashkenazi Jews, all right? There is a difference, and you'll see why. The ethnic Jews, the ones who lived with Palestinians on that land, on the Holy Land, up till the 19th century, or the 20th century.
Yeah.
It was mostly Palestinian Arabs living alongside Palestinian Jews, ethnic Jews. They were ethnic Jews because their blood comes from that land. Their grandfathers come from that land. Their blood, sweat, and tears are in that land. Okay? So those are the real Jews. Those are the Jews that are Semites, along with Palestinians are also Semites. They are Semitic. They spoke Semitic languages anciently, like Aramaic, so these are Semites. The Jews that have Israel are not Semites. They are European, Ashkenazi, Zionist Jews. Their blood, it does not come from that land. Their grandfathers were not buried in that land. Their blood, sweat, and tears were not in that land. They were fleeing other lands that wanted rid of them, by the way. They were fleeing other lands. So when that happened in World War II, well into the 20th century now, and Adolf did that horrendous thing to not only Ashkenazi Jews, but also the Romani, and other people got murdered too. So that was another genocide, what people call the gypsies, right? So I'm not saying that wasn't genocide. It definitely was. But those same exact fucking people, not the Jews that we lived with on the land and got along with just fucking fine, the Ashkenazi Jews from Europe that were flooding into the Holy Land, right? Those are the people that came with the Irgun gang and the Stern gang and the Haganah or whatever, Haganah gang. They were violent murderers, rapists. They fought the British because the British came and they wanted to get rid, Balfour wanted to get rid of the Ashkenazi European Jews and thought, I'll funnel them into Palestine, which is what they got from Turkey in World War I. So everything was fine up till the end of the Ottoman Empire. When the British Empire came in, they pricked a hole into Palestine and then started pouring this fucking virus in. These bacteria that just fucking eat up everything. They want everything for themselves. They think they're so special. They think they're above other people. And they come in and they take over. They're not the same Jews. They are Jews only because some megalomaniac in Europe a long time ago wanted his own cult. And he gathered people together and called them Jews. And I suspect what he did was he used the Jewish books, the Torah and the First Testament, to control his cult with this religion. And then over the, centuries at least, they managed to believe that they are actually Semites and that they belong in that land. They actually fucking believe this. So this whole
and it goes on and on and on, and
all
it's
upside down. It's all upside down. And what Israel is doing by bombing thousands. I mean, we're talking last time when I was watching the news, it was just over 11,000. Last time I heard, it was somewhere around 15,000.
Devastating, mate.
Half of them are children. They're not fucking Hamas. They have said things like human animals. And I heard him say the word cleansing even. I heard Netanyahu say the word cleansing. Cleansing an area. That's how he looks at getting rid of Palestinians. Like they're fucking vermin. Like they're subhuman. They've been doing this for a long time.
What do you think about do you think about the this
genocide?
I just can't talk about it on here.
No, this is the place to talk about it because so much.
No, I don't want to talk about this on what I want to say on here.
I don't know why.
No, it's cool. I'm happy to do it in Discord though. No problem.
Yeah, but I'd have to. I guess I could do it on my phone, but these points. I'm here to make these points. This
but I want you to be able to do things calmly. And as there's only 3 of us here, let's do this calmly. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. No, okay. Yeah, you're right. It's thanks for pulling me back. I don't want to be like that. I just can't help it. It just starts creeping through. But I'll tell you something. This time is different. Not only is it the clearest form of genocide that they've ever fucking done on TV and always get away with it for over 75 years. But it's also, I did not watch the Western media coverage. I didn't watch CNN. I didn't watch any of those fucks. Not BBC, not CBC. I didn't watch any of them. I watched Al Jazeera. And by doing that, I managed to make a change in myself because up until this point, I felt only rage. Now you're hearing some of that rage come out, so I'm not saying it's all gone. But this time, since October 7th, I have managed to keep my energy under control, under so much, like so that it doesn't even feel like control. It's like I've emptied so much of it because I'm not hearing the lies until they come across my fucking face. I'm not listening to their fucking bullshit lies. They own all 6 fucking companies that own the fucking media. Of course, they're going to get their lies and pipe them through. Just remember this as a rule of thumb. Anytime Israel accuses Palestine of something, that's exactly what they're doing. They blame Palestinians for what? Samwise!
Yes, that wasn't me, folks.
What?
That wasn't me growling.
Yeah. No, Samwise is protecting his food, but I think because my energy is ramped up, I'm trying.
Yeah, exactly. Let's end the stream and let's have a chat.
No. Well, what?
Let's end the stream and let's go for chat.
No. I love you.
Well, because I've got things I want to say that are private. I'd rather be private between us, and I have a conversation with you.
Listen, you have an objective, right? And one of your objectives is to bust Scientology, correct? So yeah, okay. So
no, and that's and I feel this, and I feel this.
When I got this channel, I set it up so that I could debunk lies, and one of them was about the stupid 19, and the other one was about Palestine. But what I'd done was I'd stopped watching the news so that I wasn't feeding myself with that shit. But now that what I'm saying is now that I'm watching Al Jazeera as my news, which I also haven't been watching in the last week or two, because I know that my main objective is my health. So if I'm starting to feel that energy, I'm cutting that energy off, and I'm just trying to make sense because I have this survivor's guilt. They're going through all this, and I'm nice and safe here in Canada. So I feel this survivor's guilt.
It's a good time to be thinking about it. And we've just had full moon, and of course, full moon's very emotional, isn't it?
Well, no, this has been going on for the last month and almost 2 months now. So I've been trying to transmute the energy. And one of the ways is to not listen to the fucking lies. But when I come here for a break from it in between the news and I go and grab some drama to watch, and then some idiot is fucking talking about it and just piping, parroting all that fucking shit that I've been fucking ignoring. And the reason why is because it makes stupid idiots like that. And these are where I'm surrounded with, and they don't mind their tax dollars going to murder. So it's like living in with the pods, like living in Invasion of the Body Snatchers, and you're the only one who's not a pod anymore, or a pod, and everyone else has changed into a pod around you. And the ones who aren't are very quiet. They don't say anything because they don't want to lose friends. But it's just like everything. They make it seem like the resistance is small, that we're just some fringe. But there's so many of us that know.
110,000 people on Saturday at the protest.
I heard
a lot of people.
That the organizers said that there was 1 million, and that the media said 300,000. So I don't know why your figures are only 110,000.
My figure is 110,000 because I was moderating the stream, and Local is on a bike. So he cycles to the very front of the protest and then waits, and everyone goes past. And when everyone's gone past, he then cycles back to the front. So you see all the amount of people that are there. So we were counting in the chat as we were going along. We were saying, like, how many now? How many now? And we were adding them up as they went past. We were going 10,000, 20,000, 30,000.
You counted to 100,000. Okay, that's pretty impressive.
Between the chat, we did it. Yeah.
But see, that first of all, it's not really scientific, because some of those, when I saw it from the aerial view, some parts of it were wide, some parts of it were thinner. You know what I mean? So if you're counting, he might not be getting the count right, or he's getting confused, or like how can you competently count the number?
The week before there was 300,000, definitely.
Oh, maybe that's the one I'm thinking of then.
Yeah, that's what I'm now thinking. Yeah, but that was the week before, so it just shows you that once again 110,000 people showed up, and it was freezing on Saturday.
Yeah, it's like the trucker protest. It was fucking freezing, but people showed up. The fringe is fucking serious now. The fringe is getting serious. You're part of the fringe. I'm part of the fringe. It's all the people who will tell the emperor that he has no clothes on.
I just want it all to stop. It's horrendous, awful.
Well, yeah, but it's not gonna. So my view has been, since I got here, and now I played a really good. If you're interested, I played a really good video last night. It's from Greg Braden, and they were talking about the energy of. I mean, basically, it's how I translate it. It's not exactly what he said, but I have had this view that I could somehow gather enough people and make a mass prayer, like the Palestinian protests in Europe, in UK. I feel like I could make a mass protest if I could just click on to enough people who would click on to enough people who would click on to enough people.
Well, what's happened just here, my lovely?
Not protest, mass prayer. Mass prayer.
Yeah, because they were doing all of that in all the way around, you know. But let me just say this: if you think I've just informed you, 110,000 people you didn't know had just done the thing that you wanted to do. So those 110,000 people were you, because you didn't have them until just now.
That's really cool perspective. I was thinking that we could shift the energy. Like, I'm not sure, when people are praying, the way that people pray is from lack. And I learned this a couple years ago from Abraham Hicks, a few years ago, actually. Praying from lack only brings more lack. So if you're praying, please, place deity here, please give us peace. It means you don't have peace, and therefore you're going to reflect more not peace. So the scientific way, as far as I'm concerned, of praying is to be grateful for it already happening. Be in the energy of it already. What I've been doing is I've been picturing Palestine as a place where there's shops and people greeting each other and children running around, and there's no Israeli soldiers, there's no nothing. I'm not picturing Israel, I'm not picturing any other country. I'm just picturing Palestine as a lovely place that it once was and that it can be again. If they stay the Palestinian way and don't get Americanized, they will be a lovely place to live. So I am being grateful that it's already happened, and I'm in that energy, and I'm trying to get that energy to reflect back. And I feel like I could say this to many, many people at once. And if we all were to do that kind of praying all at once, that we might be able to shift, just shift just a little bit. Because as Greg Braden put in his thing he just did the other day, if you make a little shift,
I think locals. I mean, I think local streams.
Wait, let me finish. If you make a little shift at the source, later on it becomes a big shift. Like it encompasses way more, right? So it starts like a cone and it goes out. So I just want to make that point. Yeah.
Oh, good.
What were you saying?
I can't remember what I was going to say. I can't remember.
Oh, sorry.
It might be
Silly rabbit. Why would you come in here to ask me about Crafty Cat?
I can't see a silly rabbit.
She's saying, here.
I can't see that person. I'm not joking. Oh, yeah, I can. Oh, I can. So I just seen it. Yeah. Sorry. Okay. I missed that.
He says, Cat, do you know what's going on with Crafty Cat? She is live and saying very crazy things. Is she saying crazy things about Palestine? Is she saying crazy things about me, or just her normal?
Oh, is she saying crazy things about me? Let's put it on.
Her voice is poison. I can't listen to her anymore.
Oh, okay. Okay. It's fair enough. Hello, silly rabbit. I'm so sorry I didn't see you in the chat. Otherwise, I'd have said hello earlier.
Well, just pray for her, silly rabbit. Just, if you're wondering what I have to say about anything she says about me, it's all bullshit. Everything that comes out of her fucking mouth is bullshit. She's a LARPer. She just pretends. She's
slightly miffed, are we?
Because when I find out that somebody stands with Israel, when it's so fucking obvious that they're committing genocide, when it's so obvious they're committing murder, committing war crimes, committing crimes against humanity on fucking TV, because they're so fucking arrogant, they know they get away with it year after fucking year. And now it's so evident to anyone who turns on Al Jazeera and watches that one for a day or two. They will know, especially in the early days, because now they're kind of smoothing things out now. But when it got to its height, when they're bombing hospitals and children and children's hospital, like everybody could see it. And when you stand with Israel and show and spread their propaganda, you are on the side of genocide. And Crafty Cat says suicide is genocide. She comes up with these fucking weirdo fucking shit. And I can see how you could translate that artistically into making sense, but really she's just saying it to sound like she's wise, and she's not wise at all. She's not balanced. She's not wise. She's not spiritual. She's just she enjoys.
Well, I think maybe just leave that there. Do you need to carry on about her, or?
Well, no. Well, I would. Yeah, you're right. I don't have to. Thank you. Thank you. No, I appreciate it.
No worries, man. It's just like sometimes
you chuck me in a loving way, and I love it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You can carry on those parallel tracks then and get back on the train. Where were we off to? Me rolling another joint. That's where we were off to.
Geez, I don't think I've left the VIP room since the last one. What a bittersweet trip.
Oh, I'm so gutted that that guy deleted that. I really hope that Token downloaded it, because last night when he was playing it, I was like, please download this, please download this, please download this.
I've been downloading all the ones who aren't chicken shit enough to hide their stream. I've been downloading their streams just because I can't keep up with it all. It's like I can only tune in for like 5-10 minutes and then I'm lost. And then I think, oh, what if they take it down? So I just download it and I'll go, okay, if they reference something, I'll be able to go back and check it. Because so many people fucking lie about everything.
Welcome to the streets of YouTube. They're here to confuse you.
The lies. There you go. Bitch. The lies.
I've had a really crazy time with fucking Scientology, mate. You know, it's been a bit hectic. All good. And a lot of, you know, I've been watching a lot of heartache and a lot of sadness, and but the truth is being exposed really beautifully, in a really beautiful way, in a gentle way, you know, and hopefully more and more people will be leaving. Or did you ping?
Oh, it's just my phone giving notifications.
Oh, I think Silly Rabbit's gone. Have you ever tried banana cheese?
I don't know what the fuck banana. That's why I laughed. I was like, banana cheese. Is that like a really old banana that you left in the fruit?
Or is that cheese that you've wrapped in banana? Or is that banana that you've wrapped in cheese? Or is it a type of banana? Or is it a type of cheese? That's the 4 questions I've got for that. Any more, Kat? I've missed any out?
No, sorry, there's somebody in the basement. So I am going to let them up, but
put your screen on. Don't forget to put your screen on.
Hello, Ministry of Madness.
Oh, is it Ministry of Madness as in Crinkle?
Is it Crinkle?
Yeah.
I can't really see. It's too small.
Yeah, there'll be a video of Ministry of Madness. I've never spoken to him, and I'm not subscribed to him.
Are you saying that Ministry of Madness is their own person and not?
There is a Ministry of Madness, but I've never subscribed to him, and I don't watch him. So why the fuck would he bother coming on this channel when he has a drama channel in England?
He's not talking.
Bye, Ministry.
He's not talking.
Bye. Put your banner down, love. Get rid of that fucktard.
Yeah.
Now that we're going to get a few more now, aren't we?
Removing you.
Bye, dickhead.
They showed themselves, but it could have been a video.
Oh, it would have been 100% a video of the person, yeah. But I've never even spoken to him on any stream or even communicated with the man in the chat. That was a really stupid choice. I got one where they tried to do me last week, where I got a lovely lady called Princess Angela. And again, we've never spoken. I've only recently spoken to her maybe once in chat. Do you know what I mean? And they came out, I was like, oh, fuck off.
You know who was here yesterday? Mickey Mouse.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And he was modding for me and everything. I never took his rent away. I feel like he's trustworthy.
He's an old timer, isn't he, Mickey Mouse? From what I hear.
Yeah, but there's
I
some
don't know
pretty
much about him as a
old
character.
timers out
We
here.
always say hello. We always say hello. But as I said, I don't really know him actually.
I don't really
say
know him
hello.
either. I don't even, but I go by his actions, and he seems like someone who has principles and acts on those principles. So he seems to hang around the fuck shit, but he's like keeping the beat.
Yeah. I know what you mean. I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
Oh, I know what you mean. Oh, what's that? I can't. I'm just going to go back there. Look at my phone. It's a cultivar. Cultivar. I can't jump on right now. We're watching Suits. Oh, so she's on Netflix. You're watching old what's it called? Meghan Markle.
Is that was she in it?
Yeah. And I must confess, ladies and gentlemen, live here on YouTube, I watched the whole of Suits before she was famous because I liked Suits, so I'd actually watched the whole series. I broke my wrist.
Did you see what you just did? Did you see what
What?
you just did, sister?
What?
I don't blame you. I do the same thing, but I just try not to do it out loud. To say like I did this first. Like
Oh
I
no,
liked
it's
Pearl first before anybody ever did anything.
No.
About
I mean it in a bad way. I mean, I'm really
Oh.
sad. It's you know what I mean. It's
Oh, I
like,
never
come on
watched
now,
it.
why did you watch that? But I broke my wrist, and
Oh, and
I
you had
was
nothing to
home
do.
for 6 weeks. I was like I had nothing to do, you know. So I watched Suits, and I watched. There was another one called White Collar, I think it was called, which was a really similar thing.
But
He was. Yeah, and I watched those two series.
But
That
see, you
was
know
nice.
something? I have not paid any attention to the royal whatchamacallits for fucking probably a couple decades. So I have not. I think I've seen Meghan Markle maybe a couple times in pictures. I know nothing about the bitch, and I don't give a shit that they, dethroned themselves and went to the States. It's all a fucking op anyway. They're from the oligarchy. They have hands with the oligarchy and the Zionists. And so if they sent out a couple of their wolves out into the sheep, that's how I see them moving to the States and becoming celebrities. And I don't really give a fuck what happens to them. So I didn't watch Suits, and I know shit about Meghan Markle, and I like it that way.
Yeah, I just enjoyed it. So yeah, watched it all. Watched literally the whole series, from beginning to end.
But I'm keeping my cognitive dissonance about Diana.
Oh goodness me! Oh, I absolutely pissed myself laughing when I saw that they put Dodi Fayed had written. Dodi had said that he was going to marry him. I was like, fucking hell! Oh my god, this is so funny. This now, it's gone dynasty.
Guess who's supposedly here?
Who?
It's only me. Don't worry.
Yeah, I fell for that before.
SG,
definitely just me.
Say the date, please. Does your soundboard have him saying the date today? Yeah.
I'm not a soundboard. It's just me. Oh shit! I probably
Oh
shouldn't have
my
said that.
god, that took ages to type.
Is that what they do? They type it in?
Yeah, that was
I think they must be bored.
How come they can't type the date today?
Just stupid.
No. Yeah. I mean, I know about that, but you know?
He's just like clips of him as well.
Yeah, he's just playing them all. Or she.
So insulting, isn't it, when somebody uses your voice?
Yeah, he used that one last time. This person used the
Horrible.
last time.
It's horrible. Horrible.
Okay, so you don't have the date. You don't have him saying the date today. I don't think they type shit in. Yeah, see you later.
Oh, they don't. So that's us working out. They don't type shit in. I thought they did, but they don't. There we go.
No, I think they just take words and they might put them together, or they clip them saying those kind, like maybe you've said,
Thank
"Oh, well, I
the
hate when
Lord
that
for
happens."
GBT and voice changes.
Yeah, I was thinking, oh, these are 5 messages. Hold on, sorry. I guess SU's been left the internet or something, because last 3 times I've seen him. Who is me, Crinkle?
I
British
don't
Sweet
even
is
want to
a
entertain that person.
I don't see you on police abusing powers on YouTube. No, because I saw police abusing powers play something, have a pro-Israeli stance. Right
I
near the
won't communicate with Crinkle.
No,
So there
that's
we go.
why I don't. That's why I don't communicate with police abusing powers, because I thought he was smarter than that. So
I've not had that man on a conversation with that person. I think he was maybe about 6 months ago, briefly, and then I had another one maybe a year ago. But as soon as he came on stream, I bounced, and everyone laughed at me because my mic's dropped. Well, yeah, fucking idiots. I don't want to talk to him. Why would I stay on the fucking panel?
Why put yourself in negative
Do
energy?
you know what I mean? It's like, no.
Yeah. I did like playing around with Crinkle there for a while, because because I thought, I didn't realize just how bitter he was. Like there's no, if you show him compassion, he
flows
doesn't give a
deep.
shit, right?
It flows deep.
Yeah. And there, nothing I can do is going to change. He's intent. If you, it's kind of like, well, I don't want to say that name, because that name's been doing good with me lately. So, but they just can't. You be nice to them, and then they'll end up turning on you. And
Yeah,
I
they
was
find
like,
your ruin, and they ruin you with it.
yeah, don't waste your compassion on me. I'm going to ruin your compassion. Well, I'm not going to let him ruin my compassion, but I'm just not going to waste it on him anymore. And a lot of people. Huh?
No, I said, have I got to 100% yet? No. What's going on in the chat? Let's have a little look. Oh, yes, it is a marvellous series, going back to the old Jobby Job. What was it called? Suits.
What does "you make Mrs. J" mean?
I don't know. Who's Chris John Wright?
I don't know.
Oh, I don't know who that is.
I love when the socks name themselves like a whole name. Like it's,
you know what that sounds like? You know, it says Crinkle, you make Mrs. J. That sounds like something Yoda would say.
Yoda?
Crinkle, make Mrs.
He is not here. He's not here, is he?
Oh, he's deleted it.
Who deleted what?
Crinkle, you make Mrs. J.
Oh. It still shows up on StreamYard.
And
he just wrote it wrong, that's all.
Not the real.
This is my last cigarette, and I leave.
The alarm. Not the real SG.
Yeah, that's a shame, because I really like talking to him. And I was really, at first I thought, oh, like I took away his wrench and everything. I was like, well, fuck, what the fuck is wrong with you? And then it happened a second time, and I had become aware now of these soundboards, and so I tested, and again they just porn bomb me. So this time I was smart. But I've seen them doing it on other panels too. So that's my suggestion, people. I haven't seen anybody do this yet, but that's my suggestion. Is if you suspect it's a soundboard, you put up your overlay, which people are doing that, and then ask them today's date. So unless they can
You
just
should
type it
clip
in.
that bit, Kat, and put it as a short on your channel.
Oh, that's smart. Okay, hold on. I'm not gonna do it with the background.
All right, okay, you're gonna say it again then.
Yeah. Hold on.
Go on then.
Get behind me.
Oh.
Okay. My suggestion to everybody who's dealing with soundboards coming onto their panels is to do as everybody is doing by putting up an overlay, but also ask them today's date. It has to be today's date. Ask them today's date. If they can't say the date, then it's a soundboard.
Your mic's really clicking.
Ah, shit, was it clicking during that?
Yeah.
Oh, damn it. I have to go and do it again. Hold on. Oh, damn it.
Yeah, you're gonna have to do it again.
Thank you for telling me.
Of course.
I would have thought I recorded. Fine. Okay. All right.
We can now make it into a short video, like when you do the whole a minute
Nobody
one.
sees my shorts. Well, I get less views on my shorts than I do on videos.
Oh no!
Yeah, my shorts.
My channel's exploded this week. It's gone a bit crazy.
Cool. Okay, I'm gonna do it again. No clicking.
Right. Anyway, I'll stop.
No, there's no clicking, right?
No clicking.
Okay. My suggestion to all the channel owners who hold panels is to continue to put the overlay up when you suspect that you have somebody with a soundboard. But ask them today's date. If they can't tell you today's date, chances are they're a soundboard.
Dun dun dun. And remember what time it is? It's 152. That's 152, 152, 152.
What are you talking about?
In the stream out, the time of stream, so you can record, get the time. So when you go back, you know what time it was.
Thank you. Oh, that's why you're saying it over and over again. Thank you.
Yes.
152. Because I was going to say it was 414, which is my number with Theo. And then I thought, oh, that's really close to 420.
Oh, is it nearly 420 where you are?
Yeah, but I'm already high.
The way you said that. I'm already high. Get more high then, because it's nearly 420.
I don't want to get too. I hate getting too high.
That's
how I avoid it. If I get too high, I end up having to sit in the shower and let the water hit me for fucking 20 minutes, and I'll end up falling asleep for 10 of it, and then I'll wake up right as rain. But
we haven't done this for ages, Kat. We haven't done this for fucking ages. Where we've got really stoned and talked utter waffle for hours, putting the world to rights, talking about things logically, talking about things where you just say what you see, folks. Say what you see. You know, and
don't be afraid of saying the truth.
Right?
Like, and even if it's personal, right? Because when you just said you're kind enough to say you want to put stuff in private, which I was like, no, you can say it out loud. But if you do it, if you say the truth should not be a weapon unless you're fighting a war. If you're sitting here with your buddy talking on the YouTubes, and one of them starts to ramp up their energy, the other one in a kind way can still put you in check, right? Hold on, you don't want to do this, right? That's a kind way, and you can do that and still tell the truth, be honest, but you don't use it as a weapon against the person you were just having fun with.
I think you know, as I said right at the beginning of the conversation, my knowledge is all that I can see. Do you know what I mean? That's all I can tell, because I can't tell you any more than what I've just told you. Yeah, does that make sense? Because that's what I've seen, and I can say this is actually what I've seen. There we go. And it's like with this is something that you are
focused on,
taking quite a lot on about, right?
Yeah.
And I can't. Wrong way around. You can have because I can't think about what's going on there. Do you know what I mean? Because I'm thinking about I'm getting these people out of Scientology.
That's why I said your focus is Scientology. Yeah.
Yeah. And like you're really but that's amazing in itself that we've got two people who are activists for something they're really passionate about.
Right. We're part of the fringe. There's so many of us. We have focuses. Some of us is 1A. Right? 1A is a focus, right? The accountability movement, which I'm also part of, but I'm not as active as some people who are actual, auditors or whatever. They're actually holding the authorities to account. Government offices, cops, stuff like that. They're not dealing with Palestine. They're dealing with that part of the accountability part of things on the home front. That is also important to deal with. So all of us have specialties, but as long as we are all aiming in the same energy toward a common goal of the peace, the real peace, not peace for Coca-Cola, we're all equal. We're all valuable. Look at this. We got somebody in the basement called Real LG or SG.
Bringing in the real SG.
Still, like Bittersweet Purple said that SG would write in the chat first, and again, this one didn't. Let's put up our little ant.
Are you actually going to entertain it?
Why not? We're just fucking around anyway.
Actually, this watching the ants more entertaining anyway.
What's today's date?
Hi, Kat. Hello, Mrs. J. Is
that Crinkle?
That's so funny.
It's the 28th. It's the
Is that Crinkle?
Yes.
No, it's me. It's SG.
You know what's funny is
it really is just me.
It's not.
Hello, Kat. Can you hear me?
Okay, tell me
really
the last time you were here.
You know, I find amazing, Kat, right? What I find really amazing is the amount of time he spent then doing that, right? And then creating that, and then the amount of time he spent.
No, he's really talking. This person is really talking.
It's not SG.
It's me. Hello. It's
okay.
SG. Hello.
No, it's not.
Wait a second.
It really is just me. I am not a soundboard.
Is this exactly what he said last time? It's exactly what he said last time.
It's me, SG. Come on now.
Kat, give me something to say to prove it's me.
Okay,
Kat, can you give me something to say just to prove it's me?
Yes.
I'll say some numbers.
The last time you were here. Hold on, Mrs. J, please.
I'll say some numbers for you.
SG, or whoever you are. The last time you were here, I by accident insulted you. What was that insult?
Well, I was so drunk I can't really remember. I had too much tequila.
Now, would SG say that?
I remember you falling asleep on your birthday, though.
Yeah, anybody.
I remember you falling asleep on your birthday, Kat.
Yeah, anybody can say that. Yeah, you just gave it away, Crinkle. You just gave it away. The way that you just said my name twice, that's Crinkle. The insult, Mrs. J, was that I thought that SG.
It really is just me. It's SG.
I thought
Come
that
on now.
It's SG, Kat.
Mrs.
Kat.
J. The reason, the insult that I did.
It really is SG.
Okay, I'm talking. the insult that I gave him by accident, and I didn't mean it as an insult, was that his voice was similar to Crinkle's. He was very upset about that, and I haven't seen him since. So I'm thinking,
oh my God, not offended by a voice, Cat. Oh
well, he was offended that I thought he was
not
joking.
by a voice.
He left the way he left. I thought he was joking, but he never came back. All that's come back is
And that
Crinkle
was
as
it.
him. Okay, let's put him back up. Oh no.
Oh,
okay. Yeah, it's that Crinkle gave himself away because he does repeat himself like that, the way he did. That's what
I knew
Crinkle did.
immediately that it wasn't, because Stu wouldn't say my name like that.
But don't the voices sound familiar?
No.
Oh shit.
I'm sorry, that's a total no for me. They don't sound anything alike.
Well, that's, you know what? I think that the reason for that is twofold. One is subconscious, and like whatever's in my subconscious makes me hear that. And two is, I think sometimes I hear different frequencies. Like,
oh yeah, that's a good call. I agree with that, because we've talked about music and how you listen to a different sound to me, and we both say, oh yeah, we both love each other's music, but we've got like this thing, with our music thing, and I love that about you.
But I don't, though, Mrs. J. I'd love to have that compliment, but I don't. I can't stand your music. It chases me away.
I know you can't. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, I thought you said we both love the same music.
No.
Oh. Yeah, no, yeah.
No.
I still love you.
You listen to a different frequency to me.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah,
maybe.
totally do. But that's interesting, Kat, because that kind of rolls back to when we were first talking earlier, where about the music, and you have a higher pitch than me. So I wonder. Yeah, and I was, I'm just thinking, but I have absolutely every bit of utmost respect for every bit of music that you love, obviously. But I know there's some things that I don't like that you like, which is, I think, is brilliant. And that's why we're on parallel lines, because we can have that conversation where you go, Abby, that's shit, mate.
I think of it as our heart vibrations, though. Like, I feel like we both know the value of love and know that it's worth sharing with somebody who is genuine, right? And we're both genuine.
If you then beautifully look at this, because I mean, now we both absolutely adore our music, right? So if you look at this as a note on a fret, on a stave, sorry.
Look at
right?
What as a note on a fret?
As you're one note and I'm another note, and then you've got another note, which is the note we both hear, right? And you've got those three notes that make a fucking chord.
Yeah. Yeah, and every note is just as important as the other one.
That's how I see us.
That's perfect. That's great.
And I've always seen us like that. Did you know that? Yeah. Because like your music, because it's always been like, because we've always both been so musical, and have we have both have the respect that we do for each other's music, which is awesome. But it's just a different frequency, and I love that. I have another friend, right, who has a different frequency to me, and I mean, yours is different. Like, half of your stuff I absolutely love, and half of it I don't. It's just like, no.
And you have played a couple good songs.
But I've got a friend who just doesn't. I just don't hear her sound at all. It just doesn't resonate through me. And because our blood dances inside our bodies, we want it to dance around us in different ways. And if we listen to different sounds, that makes our blood dance around our body differently, because it's liquid.
That's a good point. It's what you're used to. It's what you're used to. It's what makes you feel comfortable.
Yeah. Your brain likes it like a tomato. My brain likes it like a tomato. You know, it's just it's just, and I love having conversations like this with you, Kat. You know, where we can thrash things out and look at things really logically between us.
Yeah,
Do you know what I mean?
yeah.
Especially if like one of us is, like upset about something, or
You know why?
because obviously
You know why? You know
Huh?
why? You know why? Because it's a safety. It's a safety that one feels when they know that they're talking to somebody else who is genuine, authentic, and only has the best at heart. If you're
Who
talking,
said I was any of that? Who's been spreading lies about me?
I like speaking in safety, right? I mean, I don't really care about what's going on outside. I care about what's going on in my bubble, and having people in my bubble that I feel safe with. And
Yeah, support network's a good thing, Kat. And I'm
yeah,
always
but they're
saying,
so fucking. Everything's got a word for everything. You know, it's like, oh, I have vistophobia and da da da, and they just have to make some. Like, I just can't stand that fucking milieu. It's the same thing with the spiritual ones, right? Spiritual ones are always talking so softly.
oh, I was
like,
only talking about this on Friday, Kat, and
everything's
saying
flowers and rainbows.
I was saying to people, but I'm more spiritual than you are. No, I'm more spiritual than you. No, shush now. I'm more spiritual than you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I can see that though, because there are a lot of people who claim they're spiritual, and everything they do is so off balance and so mean and shit. It's like, and you call yourself spiritual, but I don't know.
Living, I mean, you and I
There's
both,
somebody here who's been talking about having his channel being a safe space. Now, he doesn't mean what we're talking about. He means a place where people can joke around and make fun of each other, but not go into person's real life, right? No doxing, no nothing real life. So that's what he means by a safe place. But this is what I mean as a safe place. A place where even if we had an argument, we know that it's not fueled by maliciousness. Oh, now we got somebody named David, Daibid.
Oh, right. Okay.
And it's an older
Anyone?
man.
Do you know that one? Do you know that one? Do you know that one? No, me neither.
It's just the next the next incarnation of Winkle.
Oh, okay. All right. What we got this time?
Hello.
He's now realised I don't actually know the name.
Why, it's him again. It's him.
Hi, ladies.
Hello.
How are you? I heard you talking about frequencies. Well, let me tell you about frequencies. The humans.
It's a bit creepy, isn't it?
This is the way Crinkle gets to have his say on my channel.
This is a bit creepy, isn't it? That's a bit creepy.
Humans are only exposed
to.
He's too much. He wants to have his say. And he called himself Michael Petey on his thing.
Right, okay.
He authenticates himself as
Michael Bublé. She likes. Get it right.
I still never played that video either. Yeah.
Dickhead. What a dickhead. Dickhead.
And see, Crinkle, he's playing the soundboard while we're talking. So, but that's what Crinkle would do anyway, even if. So Crinkle himself is a soundboard.
Crinkle himself is a soundboard?
Yes.
Ha ha hee hee. Okay,
every time I see him, I always go, "Who is paying you?" Because I think he's one of those WEF guys that gets sent out into the public and meant to troll. Somebody's paying him. You know who I haven't seen for a long time? Big ups, Shady.
That's a good point. About a week ago, maybe longer.
Maybe
I think someone mentioned he was in hospital.
Oh, really?
Yeah, something to do with his liver.
People didn't like him, but I liked him. He'd been coming around my channel since almost the beginning. And he was always talking about this guy Crinkle, who I hadn't met yet. And he'd always talk about him like he was his enemy. But then I found out when I started hanging around the British crowd this summer that he's actually a total fan of Crinkle. Is Crinkle going to go visit him in the hospital?
I don't know.
Probably not. Oh, I forgot I had the overlay on. Sorry.
That's all right. People were just gazing at an ant walking around with a spliff on his back.
A strong one.
A nice little gif you got there.
I made it into the video though.
Yeah, it's good.
And that's my free way of getting around the not having an overlay. If it's free, you can't have an overlay, right? But if you make a video and keep the sound off, it has to be a soundless video, and then put it in that list of where you can add MP4s.
Yeah.
Use that as your overlay.
Oh.
And that's my PSA for that.
That's the second lesson, ladies and gentlemen, on what not to do on YouTube. We can gather them up as we gather our conversation up.
But that is something you can do, though.
I know. I'm not joking. I knew that was the second.
Oh, you said what not to do, but I'm saying that's.
I meant. Sorry, what to do? Sorry, not what not to do. What to do? Sorry. My words muddled.
You're not going to be my PR person.
Sorry. I'm stoned as fuck, man. I've just lit another joint.
I'm making my medicine.
I am having little spliffs.
No, that's not my medicine.
No, that's what mine is.
I don't use potted medicine. I'll use CBD.
Lovely this stuff. It's really nice.
If I could get my hands on CBD, I'd use CBD, but I don't use potted medicine. It's never cured any of my pains.
Well, this is, as I said, this is like I'm able to talk cat and actually make conversation and be cat. This is the thing, right? This is what's good about this. I can talk and make waffle conversation like we have done, and still be stoned, and it's really nice. It's not like I'm so stoned I can't fucking talk, or it's just totally got me being normal. It's a really nice stoned. It's lovely.
If I get too high though, when I was younger, it used to be different. Getting high was different. I don't know if the pot's different or just I'm different, but it used to make me giggle. I couldn't go out into public. I was so fucking paranoid. I couldn't let anybody see me that way. So it'd have to be at the end of the day when I'm locked up in my apartment or in somebody else's apartment and we're just listening to music. Don't count on me for anything. I couldn't do anything but sit and listen to music. So now,
I now see why I've smoked pot. I now see why I smoked weed all these years. I understand now.
Did you have pain back then?
No, but my brain was just so fast in my head, Kat. I obviously was using pot to slow it down.
I know that's my
too many questions always going on in my head.
Yeah, that's the same as me. And I got a squirrel's energy,
and
so chaotic.
Yeah. So I now see that now. I see that now.
But now I can function while I'm high, so I can still be a chaotic while I'm high.
And that's where I am, Kat. But the
I
thing
need
is, like the
heroin.
last lot of weed I had, right? The last lot of weed I had 2 different types. I had one that was what I'd like to call my day weed. And the thing with it, right? It just took the edge off all the pain, but it didn't get me high. And my nighttime weed was fantastic because it absolutely knocked me out. And they didn't have any of my day weed that I normally have. So they said, right, we're going to substitute it for this one. And they've put me on this one. And it's like, yes, weed I can slightly communicate better on. And I'm stoned. That's the feeling of just like actually having a good conversation with people. And over the last couple of weeks I've had really nice conversations with people about really interesting things, and stuff that I don't know and stuff that I do know. Both
Is
I've
your
enjoyed.
daytime weed sativa and your nighttime is indica?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I can only pick one because I bought an ounce, so that lasts me for 3 months. So it's all sativa, but I like this kind because I actually have energy to get up and do things. I've smoked pot for 40 years now, 41 years, and I never feel like doing anything when I get high. And I've smoked both sativa and I've smoked the third one too, Ruta something or other, Ruderalis or something. This is the only pot, and so I went and got that specific name, got that strain, and that's been my pot since the beginning of October. Well,
nice.
October. Wait, 3 months, because I'll need some in January probably. So far, I've smoked less than a half an ounce, and I've had it for 2 months.
I smoke probably. I smoke probably about 1 ounce and a quarter a month, I would say. Yeah. But what happened was
Here's what happened.
yeah. Right. So a few weeks ago, I went to order some of my usual weed and they didn't have any. So they said, well, we've got this one instead. And I said, oh, okay, then, if you recommend it, job done. Lovely. I'll have that one then. Thank you very much. And then when I ordered again, I went, I'm not having that stuff I had last time. I'm fucking having that stuff. So I got the same stuff again that I just had before last month. So I was like, yay. So I'm gonna stay on this for a bit because it's the high that I'm looking for, that I need at this, especially this time of year. Do you know what I mean? I really need that pick me up and positivity weed, and weed that is able to make me communicate that I don't sound like a fucking idiot.
Yeah, I can actually function so much better. I actually have like motivation.
I need to make you a meme that says a functionable high. It's a functionable high. I love them.
Because once I smoke a joint, I just don't feel like doing anything, right? So, but for me to smoke a joint and then an hour later get up and do dishes, that's like unheard of. So,
but still be high.
The name of the strain is called Fast Lane.
Vaseline.
Fast Lane.
Oh, Fast Lane. I thought you said Vaseline.
Vaseline. No.
Oh, that's quite funny.
That's the name of the strain, and it actually gives me motivation to do things. And that's a weird thing because I don't take pills to do things, right? Like I take, I take vitamins. And oh, by the way, I did give in to one thing, is a cholesterol pill, which is a statin. And they gave me 5 milligrams to take every day.
You know, that's a good idea. You know, you've got, the thing is, right, this is how I see
statins are dangerous.
This is how I see it, my lovely. When the shit hit the fan for me, of course, I was all organic and I was all natural, everything. Do you know what I mean? That was my living. Yeah. And then suddenly I was thrown into a situation where I had to have pharmaceuticals to be able to live properly and walk again. And those and I fought it for so long. And I went on a little, it was like a little chat room in Facebook that a friend of mine sent me the link to it. And she said, go and join these people and see what they're saying about their situation. And I joined the link, and it was about 5 or 6 people in there. And there was a lady, and I was absolutely desperate by this point, right? Desperate. And you do anything, don't you? You do anything when you're desperate. So yeah, fucking hell, I'll join a chat room in fucking Facebook. Oh, okay, yeah, I'll do that. You know, it was that, like, I would never have done that. Do you know what I mean? Just never have done that, you know.
I know.
It was hilarious. And so, you know, and this woman, she was fantastic, and she said to me, I have acute pain every day, and I am a healer. She said, so my head is fucked because the two are completely conflicting, because I look at herbs and that I said, this is me, like this, right? And she said, have you ever thought that basically you're being offered something that is going to help you from the universe? And I was like, no.
It's meant to tempt you.
She said, at this time, you need to use this as a crutch to support yourself because you're going through such difficulty, but also do alongside everything to support that, being that particular drug going in you, and sort of allow both. A bit like how some people half recycle. I know that. Does that make sense? It's like people that recycle.
What you can get out of it. That's what I'm doing. I've given in to my principle of no pharma, because, and I did this with Theo when I was first starting out with naturopathy, was I gave him some of the pharma, and whatever I could make up for, not, you know, whatever I could do naturally, I'd do naturally. But then I worked in concert with the pharma. I did the research to see what could be done with the pharma and what couldn't be. And so now I have a bit of a problem with the statins, because you're not supposed to, they don't even tell you this. I had to go and read about this, but it doesn't work well with vitamin C, I think it was. So I need to take in vitamin C as much as I can. So that's a problem. So I have to just time things right? But I can make this pharma work for me. And it's like we said, like it's a crutch, right? I just need it as a crutch to get on a better ground so that I can then take everything over by naturopathy.
You know, if you don't need the thing in your body, you don't need to take it. But if you need that particular thing in your body because it's going to support your body and help your body heal itself, then take it. And that's
but the side effects
about all of this shit. Do you know what I mean? I feel like this about all of it, you know.
But the side effects sometimes are so, it's like, you know, you take something to help your kidneys, and then it starts to break down your liver. You take in one of those breather things, which I have, the you know, it opens up your bronchial passages. You take that in, and then from what I understand, because I'm not a doctor YouTube, but from what I understand, it breaks down the lining of your lungs. So you take that shit to breathe while you tear down your lungs. So it's not something that I'm going to use very often, right? Because that's the last thing I need. I smoke like a fucking chimney. So
my situation is similar. Okay, so my situation, the medication I'm having is destroying my liver and my gut health completely. So I have to.
Without your gut health, you have shit. You have nothing.
Everything
comes from the gut.
Exactly.
I know.
Right. So that's, I mean, maybe we've had this conversation before. I don't know. But that's what I have to do myself. And that's all I can do. There's nothing else I can do about it. So that, all this, going back and searching and fucking looking for shit. Yeah. Right. I have to support myself to try and get through my day. And that's what I do. And today's today. Today's today. When you came on, because you were on last night, weren't you? Or my last night.
No, I was on. Yeah.
Yeah, and I actually put the notification bell on, and I fell asleep. Like, I don't know. I fell asleep about 10:30, and I wanted to come and say hello because I hadn't spoken to you for ages. But actually, my body was like, "No, you're not. You're not able to do that today."
Because
sometimes
Spirit knew that there'd be today. That's why.
Yeah, so it's nice to catch up with you.
Yeah, you too. And by the way, as we're talking about this, I've been making my medicine, which is not the statin that I'm taking. It's the it's half a lemon, the juice from half a lemon, and right now I'm waiting for the garlic to cure or whatever the fuck it does. So I've got a clove of garlic that I've minced and has to sit at room temperature for 10 minutes. And then in the jar, I've mixed the half a lemon juice and mixed it with hot water and with Ceylon cinnamon for my sugar level. And at the end, when this thing rings and it says it's been 10 minutes, I'm going to combine the garlic with that mixture, shake it up, and that is good. And not that I'm a doctor, YouTube. It's good for my blood.
You need to do a side comment that anything that comes out, you just say everything that I say is a lie, and have it that comes up at the bottom.
If you look at my about page, it says everything is according to me. I am not an expert on anything. That's what I put. Like, seriously, if you're listening to me for advice, you're either desperate or you respect me. But that doesn't mean I'm a fucking doctor. I'm not a guru. I'm not a nothing. I'm just a schlub who's smart enough to look around. I hate the waiting for the 10 minutes thing, but you have to do that because the garlic has 2 enzymes in it, allicin and something else that sounds like Allison. And those
Angelica?
No, I don't think that's it. I think that's an herb though, or something though.
Yeah.
So these 2 enzymes, it's like epoxy. You know how epoxy, there's 2 things that combine into one and that makes the epoxy. So these 2 enzymes, as you mince them, like you make it wet, right? Pull the juices out together and they mix in the juices at room temperature. That is when it's at the height of its medicinal value, the garlic. And the garlic thins your blood. Like, I don't have to take a blood thinner. I take garlic.
Nice.
And I can take willow bark. Those are 2 things I can thin my blood with. So why take some phony, fake aspirin? Right?
I know.
And my cholesterol is a problem right now, but I'm trying to get under control. So.
Well, yeah, it sounds like I know that you are doing the right things right there. I have cinnamon daily, funnily enough, just because my cholesterol's fine, but I just have it daily anyway. I have just trying to
You have to be careful though, because it does lower your blood sugar. So you could actually it could be dangerous for you if you have too much. And if you don't have a problem with your sugar, you could make yourself hypoglycemic.
I have lemon, cinnamon, clove, rosemary.
You're talking about oil, right? Essential oil, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. Eucalyptus. That's what I have daily. There's my.
How do you have it? Through your
I
skin?
put it in my diffuser. I put it in a diffuser.
Oh, right. Okay. So you're smelling it?
Yeah.
Right.
And that's only in my bedroom as well because the rabbit.
Oh, it's not good for the rabbit?
Well, no, because it's too much. You know, it's so concentrated, and he's tiny, so I only do it in my bedroom. I smoke weed in the lounge and have my essential oils in my bedroom.
I'll share the weed with the rabbit. Oh, my
Oh,
daughter
he loves it. He comes and sits on my lap and everything.
Oh, okay. So my daughter got two rabbits.
Oh, nice. What are they called?
I forgot.
I love that.
Yeah,
right,
well,
I'm going back to YouTube to see if anybody's actually watching our stream. We should turn this off and fucking go and talk at the back.
There's 2 people. It goes back and forth between 2 and 3.
I'm sure I'm 2. I'm sure I'm one of the 2, 3 people because I'm. I was actually tuned in, but I've. Oh,
it doesn't count mine. It doesn't count mine. Because I can be on there and it says 0, and then it'll say 2 on the YouTube.
It says 2 at the moment, and I'm just about to join. So, oh look, it's still 2, even though I've joined the stream. It's lying.
I know. And you know what else? If somebody's watching you from an incognito page, it doesn't count the number.
It's lurking.
Now that person just
Purple's still lurking or listening. Sorry.
I predict that the one person that just left was an enemy because they were thinking that the numbers meant anything to me, so they thought they would hurt me by making the number less, or they went into a incognito window.
Say it again.
Did you see my snow? Did you see the snow we have?
No.
Ho ho ho.
You're gonna hate me. I've not even got heating on.
I have heating on in the VIP room, but I don't have it here in the living room.
It's not cold.
Hold on,
I haven't even got a blanket over me, and I'm like, I have stages of how to turn the heating on, which is you sit without a blanket on, and then you put a blanket on, and if it's still cold with a blanket and you're under a blanket, then it's time to put the heating on.
Are you watching? Can you see it?
Oh, fuck. Oh, look. Is it actually snowing now?
No.
I love your weather. I love your weather. Do you know why I love your weather? You have fucking summer and winter. Proper summer, proper fucking winter.
And what do you have?
Same old, same old. Only where I live, it only really changes about 15 degrees. What would you call that?
15
do you have
centigrade?
15 centigrade? Like so at the moment it's probably about 10 centigrade outside at the moment. It's not cold. What would that be in Fahrenheit? What would that be in Fahrenheit?
I have no idea. I deal with centigrade.
Oh, so the same as me. Okay, cool. Okay. Yeah, so it's not
most of
cold.
the world is. Most of the world is. Just the United States thinks they're special, so they're just too stupid to figure out centigrade. That's all. Right now, it is -5. It's -5, but it feels like -8. And we have a snow squirrel warning.
What's that?
It's when it's the snow is just flying around so much you can't see a fucking thing.
Oh, okay.
Snow squall warning. Start 3:50 Tuesday today. 3:50, so that's 10 to 4, which was about an hour ago. And it ends at 5 a.m. tomorrow.
Oh, that's quite a long time.
They didn't even say, get inside when there's a snow squall. It just says that. That's it. Ew.
What?
I just saw a gross picture as one of the ads on the fucking page, and I'm about to drink my medicine. Some kind of pus or something.
Oh my God! Purple's saying it's one degree there, right? And he is probably only 60, 70 miles away as the crow flies. But
Oh yeah.
because I live, and I'm at about 10 degrees. As I said, I've not even got my heating on. I've not got my heating on, and I'm in an old 270-year-old house with shit windows.
It's not 10 degrees inside the house, though, right?
No, it's probably it's a lot warmer. I haven't got my heating on. It's not cold in here. It's warm.
Oh, so if it was 10 degrees, you would have your heating on. If it was 10 degrees inside the house.
It is about 10 degrees outside, definitely.
No, inside. If it was 10 degrees
Oh,
inside
if it was 10 degrees inside, yeah, I'd have my heating on, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, it's clear. It's got a clear night tonight.
My digital meat thermometer can take the temperature in the room. So let me just put the battery.
I'm probably going to walk in my bedroom and it's going to be freezing.
Yeah. Now you're a liar.
My lounge is really big though, because my lounge ceiling is about 8-9 foot high. They're really high. Yeah.
Okay, now in Fahrenheit, I do some things in Fahrenheit and some things in Celsius. Right now in Fahrenheit, it is 69 degrees in my apartment, which in centigrade. So
yeah, there you go. That's quite a nice temperature.
It is. It's 20 degrees, and I've got the window open in the VIP room, just around the corner, and it's 20 degrees in my apartment.
Nice. That sounds really nice, Purple.
Oh, what did Purple say? I'm away from the computer.
We've got the windows closed and some nice incense going.
I have incense, but there's no point in burning it because I can't smell anything.
I hear an alarm of some sort. Oh no, it's gone.
I set my alarm on my phone just to remind myself of when, the price of the electricity. So at 11 and at 5, it changes.
I get it.
Nah. 7, 11, 5, and then 7 again. So from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. is the cheapest electricity. So anything I need to do in my apartment, like cooking or something, I do after 7. Right now, it's going into the most expensive time of the day.
Oh, okay.
They want to grab everybody when they're making dinner. So if people
they wankers.
If they could just wait till after 7 to make their dinner, have their dinner at like 8 or 9.
Fucking wankers, man.
I have, but the way that I have not paid a hydroelectricity bill since June of 2021.
Shame on you.
No, listen, it's paid, but see, they have this program where if you're poor, they help you with your heating, right? So if you have to pay for your heat, they'll give you $64 a month. Now that does not cover the heat bill in the winter.
Mm-hmm.
It's like double or triple that.
Yeah.
But it's just to help. So what I do is I save it up all year because they still give it to you in the summer too. So I save that up all year and don't use it in the hot times. I just have my fan on one. I have an air conditioner here in my apartment. It came with my apartment, but I don't use it because it's going to use way too much. So I just put a fan on one in summer and then save up all that money. So in the winter, I can just use it up. So I've got nearly $300 built up in there. That should take care of, January and February are the coldest months. And half of March.
I store up over the year. I put extra in my account over the year, and to have about £200. I have about £200 extra. I save over the year to go into that account because I don't want to have that situation. So, job done, innit? I'm not into this. Oh, I don't pay my bills. Shit. Just do what you want. If you don't want to pay your bills, crack on. Do you know what I mean? If you do want to pay your bills, off you go.
But my bill is paid. It's just that I have to be crafty during the rest of the year.
That's it, yeah.
To be able to cover
I get it. Yeah, totally.
But I do it. It would be so much nicer to be cooler in the summer because as hot as cold as it gets in the winter, it gets really, really hot in the throes of summer. It gets really hot. Like we're talking probably in Celsius, probably with the heat factor or whatever they call it, humidex factor, it'll get up over 40 degrees Celsius sometimes. You need a fucking air conditioner at 40 degrees Celsius.
That's what I mean about the fact you have summers and winters. Where I live is so different to that. I mean, I think I would think it would be a rarity for North Scotland to hit 40 degrees ever.
No, yeah. Do they get snow?
Where I live, it does though. Where I live here, it does.
Do they get snow?
Do I get snow? No, the hills get snow. The hills get snow. Dartmoor gets snow. Scotland gets snow. Yeah. Oh, they've got snow now. They got snow today.
Oh, like us.
Yeah.
Same clouds. Same clouds went over Scotland.
Purple says I've got an unpaid water bill from the past 10 years chasing me down. My home silver. We're coming after your water. Along with the other 10 million people. For something that comes out of the fucking air.
I said this to my mother years ago. I said, because I play Monopoly different. I don't charge people for electricity or water when it's my game. I don't think people should be paying for those things, especially water. So I said to my mom, no. I said, I don't believe in paying for water. It's natural. It's there. She says, yes, but you're not paying for the water. You're paying for the pipes that come from the source to your house. And you have to pay for people to maintain that for you. So that's how I rationalize having to pay.
And did you then say, all right, let's just work out that in statistics. These amount of people are giving this company this amount of money, yet this cost this cost this, and these people got this. That's a very different sum. So where's the rest of the money going? Did you do that?
No, because first of all, everything's government, and second of all, salaries are always the most expensive of any business. It's always salaries is the most expensive cost, unless you don't have any employees, and they have a lot of employees. So I would think it does cost quite a bit. In Canada, the government, when it's a left-wing government, they use the government to make jobs for people.
I'm moving you a minute. I've got to move you. I'm going to have to move you. One moment. Oh.
The electricity bill tells me how much is electricity and how much is everything else.
The electricity tells you what?
The electricity bill, it shows me how much they're charging me for the actual electricity, because somehow it costs money to make, I guess. I don't know. And then how much all the other charges are that goes on the bill.
Like sometimes, let me just do this and I'll come back to that conversation. I'm so stoned and I've got to plug you in. One more. Oh.
I was saying I have an itemized bill of how much the electricity costs for every little thing.
Yeah, cool. Whatever floats your boat,
Yeah,
If
but
you wanna,
it just makes me angrier because some of the shit they charge for is stupid.
yeah, it just clarifies that it's all a big fat lie. Yeah, it's good, isn't it?
Yeah.
Cheers, world. Thanks for dishing out that to us and us realizing and not being able to not ever not realize ever again.
And not do anything about it.
I am doing something about it. Look what I'm doing. Scientology, man. It's fucking
No, I
working.
mean, no, I know, but I mean, there's like for instance, how do we stop Israel from committing these crimes against humanity? How? Why isn't anybody just walking in and saying, stop that? You're not allowed to do that anymore, and then take away their guns. Isn't that what they'd do if the Nazis rose back up again? Isn't that exactly what they'd do? The world would march in and say, we're taking your guns. So nobody ever does that to Israel. They get away with everything. They never have to pay the price. Why isn't anybody stopping it? Why aren't we walking into our government offices saying, you're fired? You're not working for us. We need somebody who's working for us. If it's our money you're working with, we need somebody who's working for us.
Oh, bollocks. Well, no. I see I'm not there yet, Cap. Oh, no. Just get sorted.
So why aren't we just walking into offices and doing that?
Huh?
Why are we not just taking control? Why do we just sit here helpless?
What would you like me to do?
I don't. It's me too. You know, it's not just you. I got to do something too. You can't be on disability and divest from the government.
What you can do, though, is support one another through conversation to work through how you're going to manage dealing with what you're dealing with.
I've been doing it for decades. I'm blue in the face. It's not changing anything.
You got me. You got me, ain't you? Got me,
I
ain't
know,
you?
baby, but we're really, when it comes to
Did you
this, we're
message
pretty much
me?
on the same page.
Yeah.
How are we going to do anything when we're pretty much on the same page with this? We need for people to stop listening to the government. But yelling around, the sky is falling, nobody's going to listen.
Ah. So how do we need to approach it in a different manner then?
Yeah, a militia, and we all go into the government
A
offices.
militia?
Yeah, we go into the government offices and we tell them that they're fired. And then we hired all new people.
Is that what you've decided?
Well, no, it's just one idea. And that
Everything
includes
you say on
hauling
this-
them into jail. That includes hauling them to jail and making them face treasonous charges of treason.
I'm wealthy but not rich.
What?
Purple's put I'm wealthy but not rich. He is rich though. That's what's funnier. He's wealthy, rich wealthy.
I've seen people make that difference between wealthy and rich.
Yeah, it's a funny word, isn't it?
See, I would have thought that he would have said it the other way around, because I could say I'm rich, right? I have so much knowledge. I have so much to be thankful for when I think really hard. But I don't have two nickels to rub together. So pretty much literally at the moment. So, you know, I couldn't say I'm wealthy, because isn't wealthy meaning that's the actual money, and then rich is, you can be rich in all kinds of things. I'm rich in fat.
Rich body. I know he won't mind me saying this because he has said it on stream, so I'm going to say it. Purple's name is Rich. His name is Rich as well. So there's loads more. There's like a three-way split there.
Health is wealth.
Health is wealth. Health is rich. Yeah, you can't really say health is rich, can you?
No.
That's not a good sentence.
You can be rich and fat, but health is wealth. I'm not that bad, actually. I used to be, though.
Oh, God.
205 pounds. Or, sorry, 25. 225 pounds. At 5'3.5".
You're a dot, though, aren't you? You're a little dot.
Yeah. Well, now.
Yeah, you should be. You should be the small one when you do that moving around thing on there.
What?
Because I'm really tall.
Oh, the avatars? The avatars. Yeah, I'm small. I'm Winnie the Pooh's friend, small.
If you were a Winnie the Pooh character, which one would you be?
Well, it's funny you say that. You asked that because my British grandmother, my Irish British grandmother, she had named us all characters from Winnie the Pooh. So,
really?
Yes. And she was Wall, of course, because she was smart enough to know how to spell her name. So she was Wall. And I was, and get this, I took great offense to this later on, but at first I thought it was cool because I told you my fascination with rabbits, how much I wanted a rabbit so bad. And she named me Rabbit.
Oh my God, are you Rabbit?
Yeah, she named me Rabbit, she said, because of all my friends and relations. And she put it right like that. My friends and relations. I don't know if she's copying me saying it as a little kid, or if that's the way that Rabbit would say it in the book. But I was Rabbit with all my friends and relations because I was always talking about my Palestinian side, because my family on my Palestinian side was huge, so many people. And I always talk about this cousin, that aunt, blah, blah, blah. So she's a very small person and not loud or anything like that, right? So, and there was only like 2 of them, my mom, her brother, and my grandmother. That was it. I had on my mother's side. So she said I was Rabbit. My brother Patrick was Tigger. He was the one with ADHD. He was the middle child. And the little one was Rue. That was because Mum was Kanga. Mum went between Eeyore and Kanga. So when she was being very motherly to Michael, she was Kanga, he was Rue.
That's the same as me. I was Eeyore and Kanga. I was those.
You were Kanga?
My son was Tigger.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But then when she died, my grandmother, my mother, I would have thought that it would have gone to my mom. My mom would have become Wall. But it skipped a generation, and she made me Wall. So, and I got the ring. Let me see if I can find it. I have a silver owl ring, and I have her painting of an owl that was in her apartment. Hold on. My cam on. That's my grandmother's owl painting.
Oh, look at that. Put it on full screen so we can see.
Oh, she didn't paint it.
It's just that I'm a bit of a stoned. Right, let's put my camera thing full screen. There we go. I can see the chat and see you. Oh yeah, nice.
Oil painting.
That's beautiful.
So
excuse the alarm in the background.
Sorry?
Oh, hopefully you can't hear it. There's an alarm going off in the background.
On your end?
Yeah. It's on the street.
Yeah, so it's funny that you asked that because I actually had an answer. A very full answer. Nobody was allowed to beat Winnie the Pooh, by the way, because my dad, he had some weight to him at that time. He would go back and forth between being not spelt, but fat and not fat. And so he was fat at the time. And I said that he should be Winnie the Pooh. But my parents were separated when my grandmother did this. And my dad wasn't allowed to be a character for Winnie the Pooh. So then my Theo ended up being Winnie the Pooh. And in his cup, I tell you, my little shrine here for the ashes of everybody that nobody wanted. This is my shrine of the dead people, and this is Theo's area.
Okay.
And this is his ashes right here. His watch, a card he gave me for Valentine's Day, and his cup. I had a K, he had a T, and then in this cup, yep, here it is. There's a little. He was known as a bear. He was a bear. He's my bear. You might have seen some bears there. So this was a figurine I'd given him because he was Winnie the Pooh.
Oh yeah, I see.
I think it's from a what do you call them? Kinder egg.
Oh cool, yeah. I've got a Kinder Egg black cat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is my Claudia.
Oh what? Oh yeah, nice, I see it.
It's got a diamond in it. It's custom made. And my jade ring.
Nice.
And where's my infinity? This Patrick gave me. Or sorry, Theo gave to me. It's infinity symbol. It's funny because Crafty Cat has something very similar on her for her StreamYard thing, but I have the actual thing. It's an infinity symbol with diamonds in it.
Oh, nice. That's beautiful.
I've done part of it. Yeah, thank you. You know, it's really neat. The day he died, there was a cleaner, like a maid, in the motel. We were living in a motel at the time, and there was a cleaner that came, and her wife, because she's a lesbiana, her wife was could, she's a medium. She could talk to dead. And so she came over because she'd heard that Theo had died, like right there in the motel. And she told me that he told her to go, and she said, he's showing me something very, very small. I think it's got diamonds on it. It's something very small. She said, it's in the front of the RV. Go get it. And she was talking about that because I had that in the RV, and it wasn't around my neck because the damn chain kept on breaking. I'd catch it on something, or I don't know what, but it just kept on breaking. So I just had it sitting in the front of the RV, and he said, go get it. So that was like proof that it was him she was talking to. It was so cool.
Now, on that beautifully cool note, my lovely, I'm going to have to head off.
Okay, baby. It was so nice sitting talking with you. I'm so glad that you came up. Thank you so much. I've been hiding from just about everybody because everybody's so fucking stupid. I can't deal with it. So I've just been hiding away from people.
You know where I am.
I know, baby. I know, but I knew I couldn't talk to you about it either because I know you're not plugged into this.
It's all good. Okay. I'll speak to you soon.
I love you. Have a good night.
I might do a live stream in the next week, and it'll be a big one. So I might need your help because you're my mod.
Sure.
So if I do a big live stream, I'll let you know. Okay.
Yeah, sure. If you say you need me, I'll be there.
Okay. Cool. All right. But we'll just see what. I'm just going to wait and see how everything or how the land lies with stuff. But yeah, so that'd be great. Anyway, gotta go. Love you all. Bye.
Love you. Straight garlic is really hard to take. Are you leaving too bittersweet, or you love it when there's no trolls in chat? I know, eh? I know. I don't even know what's going on now. Where did I leave my... Where did I leave my phone? I'm back and forth in the apartment. Ripple cut chips. That's the danger of smoking the pots, because then you get the munchies. I love the strawberries. I can't remember now. Oh no, she's not Duchess of the Strawberries. She's Duchess of Edina. But she's got. I put a little strawberry beside her name in my Discord server. Are you in Discord? Bittersweet. There's a lot of trolls in Discord, but not in my server. I don't really know what goes on there, though. I'm not usually in Discord. I dig Mrs. J. Known her for ages. I tried Discord. I didn't like it. Well, see, if you go into channels where people talk about each other, it's not a nice place to be. But my channel is just a way to, one day we get enough people in there that likes to have these kind of conversations, we can just get into a voice chat or something, which is also video too. A video voice chat, and be like it is on YouTube, but without the trolls. We could have a real talk. So that's why I made my server. So if you ever want to come back to Discord, let me know and I'll invite you in. It's a very exclusive group. You have to be invited in. Not just anybody can join. Too much going on. Not if you don't pay attention. I haven't seen it for a couple weeks. Where's Smiler? I should get on Discord and message him and say, what the fuck? Come on. I've only been online for 3 hours. I could get back. When Mrs. J first came on, I was just about to start. I had just started a documentary, to watch a documentary, to share it with everybody, because it'll be the first time I'm watching it too. Honestly, I don't dig it. My girlfriend has got me into TikTok. Oh, Jesus, I can't stand TikTok. That is for people with ADHD to the nth degree. And they just fly by you. I don't even like the shorts on YouTube. Every once in a while, but usually I don't. I don't have enough information. Like, a YouTube short doesn't tell you the date that it was made. And I don't know. You have a little more control of the video in some ways, and other ways you don't have any control. There's some great philosophy self-help videos. Can be 10 minutes long. Oh, really? Oh, I thought they were only supposed to be a minute. The shorts on YouTube, anyway. I heard some people saying, I've heard people say it twice now on different panels, that YouTube is competing with TikTok. But before that, I heard that YouTube bought TikTok, which means Google bought TikTok, which means they're not really in competition at all. They've just extended it. Well, still, how do you get into philosophy for 10 minutes? In my experience, it takes at least a day, depending on how many people are talking. Do I have the link for what, Bob? For TikTok or my panel? Because if it's my panel, of course I have the link. Also, EE have joined forces. Yeah, of course I have the link, Bob. It's my panel. If anybody's got it, I've got the link. Also, EE have joined forces with BT Mobile. This must be a British thing. Sure, Bob. Who are ya? Is that your real name, or do you just play Bob on TV? Hold on, I'll pin it. I'll just fuck around on this stream till I'm done, and then I'll do my documentary thing. They're both mobile data operators. It's funny, EE is the name I gave to the friend that my daughter made from birth. Her name was Elizabeth Ellen, so I used to call her EE. Oh, Jesus. Oh! You waited till Mrs. J was gone. That's interesting. Hold on one second. I didn't know you existed. I am subscribed to you, but I just don't usually go to your channel. But welcome, Jason Chuckin channel. Are you going to speak? You're good looking. You're not making a sound, though. You're not muted. You're talking, but I can't hear you. Okay. Mrs. J, come back. Yeah, I'm waiting. I wonder if that was Crinkle. Crinkle is pretty good looking. For a psycho. They were both large mobile data operators. England. I know. Bittersweet. I worked that out. So whoever Jason's second channel is should probably be alerted to the fact that Crinkle's going around impersonating him. The world. Last video I saw of yours, Bittersweet, you were in some kind of street with a cafe. I'm listening to music. And I downloaded the video. And I just came across it the other day. Like about 3 days ago. I'm like, oh yeah. There was some pretty cool music going on in the square or something. Jason's second channel is a popular channel, yeah. See, when I'm talking to people and they start talking about something that happened with so-and-so, I like to be able to go to the source as much as possible. So if somebody says, oh, this happened on Jason's second channel, I want to be able to go there and see the stream for myself and see the context, whatever context I can pick up from the original. So when I find out about these channels, if I'm not busy on a panel at the time, I'll sub to them. That way I'll be able to find them. But Jason's second channel, there was somebody named Michelle, but I don't see any notifications from her anymore. And there was another one. Did it start with K? Anyway. I was subbed to them, but I didn't really watch them. But they were just sort of drama shit. I want to run lives, but need a working laptop, really. Yeah. Imagine the diverse people I could attract. I don't know. As many as there are on YouTube. YouTube gets a bad name, so I think the most decent people don't even go on YouTube. I mean, I can't imagine that everybody doesn't go on YouTube at some point, but as far as meeting people on here, the decent ones don't really do that because it's got a reputation as being an evil place. But you have a chance to attract the best of what's here. I'm on that list. I would not tolerate any BS. I do every once in a while if I'm bored. Like right now I'm bored. That's why I'm entertaining Crinkle. But if we're in the middle of a good talk back and forth, I'm not entertaining that shit. And as long as it remains on YouTube, I can't get hurt by anybody anymore. That's what I was trying to say when Mrs. J was here, but she wouldn't let me talk. I don't get so hurt anymore about what people say about me anymore. But that was good. It was a good lesson. Something about me I needed to fix. Nothing's 100%, but I'd say I pretty much fixed it now. As long as it remains on YouTube. I've chatted to Mrs. J a few times. She's lovely. Yes, she is. I love her to death. She is genuine. She is authentic. And she really does have a big heart. I love her to death. And she's one of the few people that gets the most trust of anybody here on YouTube. And she's my only admin wrench now. She's a quality person, that Mrs. J. And she's adorable. And her rabbit's adorable. She has the most beautiful bunny rabbit I've ever seen. Just the shiniest black. With the perfect ears. Just a perfect rabbit. Can't think of anything to say, so I'm saying rabbit in my head in French. Lapin, lapin, lapin. 5:30. It's cheaper to eat chips. Doesn't cost any electricity to eat chips. 5:40, sorry. Almost 5:40. Like an hour and 20 minutes before I can start cooking. Well, I don't like my mods to really get rid of people unless I say off with their head. I don't like to. I let them talk their shit in the chat. It just proves what piece of shit they are. But if people get too rude, or they're clearly just here to hurt people, then get rid of them. I don't really interfere too much when my mods time people out. As long as they're not doing it on their personal feelings, as long as they have the channel in mind, that's minutia, so I don't get involved in that. Can't get triggered and time someone out. Yeah, exactly. I find it just helps because you can press go to channel and see their channel. But if you want to come up here and prove it's you, I'll give you a wrench right now. can time someone out for up to 24 hours. No, it's kind of scary. You say it's kind of scary, but you're laughing. Okay, well, I'll take it that you're not coming up today. But when you do, I'll rent you. Or spinner you. Okay, so this documentary is how the Israeli lobby infiltrated the U.S. It was put out after the one called The Lobby, which is about the Israeli lobby infiltrating the UK government. But as we just found out at the beginning of the documentary, which I should probably restart, they were filming this at the same time. This Boris Johnson, was he a good guy or a bad guy? I mean, they're all bad guys, but...
Can you give us some enemies that you suggest you would take down?
In the first series of The Lobby, Al Jazeera's investigative unit exposed the role of pro-Israel operatives in Britain.
The headlines at 11 o'clock.
Israel's ambassador to the UK has apologised after a senior diplomat was caught on camera saying he wanted to take down the Foreign Office Minister, Sir Alan Duncan.
Sir Alan Duncan, who's a strong critic of Jewish settlements.
An undercover reporter for Al Jazeera doing an investigation into Britain's relationship with
This
Israel.
investigation exposes a covert Israeli campaign to influence British policy.
The investigation led to the resignation of Shai Massot, a senior political officer at the Israeli embassy.
Mr. Massot is also heard describing the Foreign Secretary Boris Johnson as an idiot.
The diplomat in question no longer seems to be a functionary of the embassy in London. And so whatever he may exactly have been doing here, his cover can be said to have been well and truly blown.
Okay, so he's not a good guy. What are you basing that on, though? I mean, it's kind of a joke when I asked, because it all depends on your perspective. You seem like a decent person who loves music and happiness. So I'm going to guess that you're coming from my angle of things. But he's talking about celebrating that the fact that this Israeli lobby guy was out of the Israeli embassy in England. But he seems like he would be a tool of the oligarchy that would help the Zionists. So he's just lying through his teeth just now. What was that? Who the fuck is Boss Baby? Keep on hearing about Boss Baby. I don't know any Boss Baby.
At the same time, Al Jazeera had been running a second undercover operation. Some of our reporters' covert filming was included in the first series of The Lobby.
Hi, Mickey. I was talking about you earlier. Right now, we're watching, and I haven't watched this either. I watched it's called The Lobby. It was an Al Jazeera documentary. It was called The Lobby, and it was how the Israeli lobby had infiltrated into the British government. But this one's called The Lobby USA. So they have more footage of shit going down with the Israeli lobbies in the USA, which basically just maintain the flow of money from the American taxpayers' pockets to Israel in the billions. And the same with UK, I'm sure. And Canada. Nobody ever thinks of Canada. We fly under the radar, I guess. I am well, thank you very much, Mickey, and I hope you're well too.
His identity became known. Tony had spent 5 months inside the pro-Israel lobby in the United States. He'd impressed colleagues with his understanding of the Middle East.
You have the resourcefulness and the depth, to sort of think strategically about this, whereas most people aren't able to do that.
A prominent Jewish online magazine described Tony as the perfect gentleman who became one of the town's best-liked Zionist activists.
You did amazing work here. The guys don't stop talking about you. They still talk about you.
Tony threw elaborate parties. And apparently anyone interested in telling a story about sinister Israeli influence in America's capital couldn't have asked for a better guest list. In the new edition of The Lobby, we investigate the role of pro-Israel advocacy groups in this country in the first of a 4-part series, how the lobby is being drawn into Israel's covert campaign to spy on American citizens.
That's about as far as
Using an undercover reporter, Al Jazeera's investigative unit infiltrates one of the most powerful lobbies in the world.
Getting $38 billion in security aid to Israel matters, which is what AIPAC just did.
We examine how the lobby, led by AIPAC, the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, has secured unwavering support in Congress.
Congressmen don't do anything unless you pressure them. And the only way to do that is with money.
What the lobby is all about is to make sure that Israel gets special treatment from the United States forever.
But after occupying Palestinian lands for half a century, the pro-Israel lobby is facing a new challenge.
We called for a full boycott of Israel, divesting from it, and eventually imposing sanctions on it to achieve UN-stipulated rights of the Palestinian people.
A movement to boycott, divest, and impose sanctions on Israel, BDS, was formed on American campuses.
Seems to be achieving its goals, threatens future American support for Israel.
We believe in justice for all people. So that means the occupation has to end.
Israel's Ministry of Strategic Affairs responded with a covert operation to defeat BDS.
אתה צריך לעשות את זה עם הרבה מאוד עמימות. זה לא גוף צבאי היררכי שאם הרגנו את X, אז כל הגוף מתחתיו לא פועל.
So the Israeli government leverages Jewish organizations in the diaspora.
Absolutely.
It's a psychological campaign involving spying and smears.
You discredit the messenger as a way of discrediting the message.
Just stay on message. And what is that message? BDS is a hate movement.
While our reporter monitored pro-Israel groups, he was asked to go undercover for the lobby.
You're going into enemy territory, not for everybody.
We are a different government working on foreign soil, and we have to be very, very cautious. We have 3 different sub-campaigns which are very, very sensitive regarding data gathering, information analysis, working on activist organization, money trail. This is something that only a country with its resources can do the best. If we want to win, we have to change our ways. We have to think differently. And this is waging a holistic campaign against the other side. Take him out of his comfort zone. Make him be on the defensive.
Israel is involved in a secretive influence campaign whose aim is to discredit its challengers in the West.
In the Air Force, when you want to win, you have to have aerial superiority. If you want to win a campaign, you must have information superiority. And this is exactly the added value Israel capabilities, technological and otherwise, we can bring to the game, and we are working on that very hard.
In the United States, the lobby is working with Israel to spy on American citizens.
We're giving them data. For example, one day, Sima's deputy sending me a photo, just a photo in WhatsApp. It's written, boycott Israel on a billboard. In a few hours, our systems and analysts could find the exact organization, people, and even their names where they live. We gave it back to the ministry. I have no idea what they did with this, but in fact, 3 days later, there were no billboards.
We use all sorts of technology. We use corporate level, enterprise grade social media intelligence software. Almost all of this happens on social media. So we have custom algorithms and formulae that acquire the stuff immediately.
In terms of like information sharing, we did add the Ministry of Strategic Affairs to our operations and intelligence brief, which kind of goes back to how do we get information about what's going on in American college campuses.
Generally within about 30 seconds or less of one of these things popping up on campus, whether it's a Facebook event, whether it's the right kind of mention on Twitter, the system picks it up, it goes into a queue, and alerts our researchers, and they evaluate it.
Crinkle, I know it's you. So, what are you doing? He writes in the back chat, it's Bob.
They tag it, and if it rises to a certain level, we issue early warning alerts to our partners.
They operate through subterfuge, and they walk a very thin line between the legal and illegal in what they do in order to gather information and to smear their opponents and just ultimately destroy them.
Sound familiar? Isn't that what the bullies do here on the YouTube skreets? Bob, I banned you because you're Crinkle. You have to ask that. But you did give me a good break, you know, because I have to break in between these this presentation. So thanks for giving me a break. Or a reason to break.
In order to understand how the pro-Israel lobby operates, you have to literally be a fly on the wall. If you can't obtain information publicly, you should try to get into the room through other means.
Our undercover reporter, Tony, is British and Jewish and had recently graduated from the University of Oxford. He wrote articles and presented himself as a strong supporter of Israel. In Washington, he attended a course on the Israel-Palestine conflict.
I'm from the UK, and I'm just taking a course at Georgetown here over the summer.
He networked in the social circles of the pro-Israel lobby.
Hi, I'm Rona.
I'm Tony.
Nice to meet you.
Good to see you. I'm good. Good to see you. Hey.
After building his profile, Tony was accepted on a training course in pro-Israel advocacy.
Welcome to Fuel for Truth DC's second boot camp. Congratulations, everyone, to being accepted. What we're going to do right now is just kind of like introduce ourselves. I'm Daniel. After undergrad, I served in the IDF and the paratroopers for 2 years and worked at APAC for a year.
I served in the IDF.
One session criticized the UN agency that provides aid for Palestinians.
Children are taught in UNRWA Palestinian schools to hate Jews.
Another lecture dealt with the international media.
Media bias. During the last war, a lot of times videos are circulating.
If you are not Crinkle, then why was your face dressed as Crinkle? You had your cam on. And why is your name Bob in the channel and Jason's second channel is what you authenticate as?
of bombed areas or victims, and a lot of it's from Syria, from Iraq 10 years ago, all this stuff.
In role-play workshops, they were instructed how to respond to criticism of Israel.
See, this is
the part-time walls cutting off Palestine. Boycott Israel. Divest from Israel.
This is troll school. They're at troll school. This is how they come up with narratives and spread narratives. They actually go to classes to do this.
Sanction companies that do business with Israel.
It's kind of odd to call it a wall, given that like 90% of it is a fence.
This is a photo. I see a wall.
Why can't Israel do more to help, Tony?
Our undercover reporter played the role of pro-Israel advocate.
Israel is doing a lot to help the Palestinians. I say actually Israel is doing all the best that they can, but it's a tough situation.
The people, businesses in Gaza can't freely send their trucks into Israel to sell their goods.
I think you'll find that that's actually a misconception. They do allow their trucks, and what they don't allow is dangerous material.
Okay, stop.
Huh. He's playing his part perfectly. That's exactly what the Israeli Zionist fucking trolls say. All their fucking lies. They're going to lie school. I just have to get the cord for the computer wherever I left it. Oh. In the kitchen.
After the course, Tony was accepted as a volunteer at a pro-Israel communications group called the Israel Project.
It's Tony Kleinfeld, like Seinfeld, but with a K.
The Israel Project, known as TIP, describes itself on its promotional videos as a strategic communications group.
At TIP, we believe we've found the answer. Israel's enemies have left the battlefield of the Middle East and are now fighting on the battlefield of public opinion.
What you have with regard to the United States and Israel is a special relationship that is unprecedented in recorded history. Not simply that the United States gives Israel a tremendous amount of economic aid and diplomatic protection. It gives that aid and protection no matter what.
Yeah.
It's not conditional. And the Israel Project will go to enormous lengths to achieve that end.
During his placement as a volunteer, Tony took notes on what he saw and heard in TIP's offices. He worked in what they called the war room, where media and communications are monitored. Staff described having contacts at numerous media organizations. Their primary means of influence is by forging friendships with reporters.
Now, why do you think that is? Why is it so important for them to forge relationships with reporters? They need to brainwash them and get them on Israel's side. Just spread the narrative, the lying fucking narrative that everybody is filled with. Like that Israelis and Palestinians have been fighting forever. Like that Arabs are angry people. And Israelis just want peace. If they can get the reporters on their side, They can spread their narrative like wildfire, and they've been doing it for decades.
One employee claimed that during talks on the nuclear deal with Iran, Tip applied pressure on the Associated Press news agency to change a headline.
Make it read a different way.
Tony read the Israel Project's annual report, which described Tip's mission as building an echo chamber for pro-Israel information. That means using the media to amplify and repeat Tip's messages, as well as what the report described.
Create a swarm by acting as a messaging hub. Expanded relationship building. Strengthen and promote desired narratives.
Describes as neutralizing undesired narratives.
Neutralize undesired narratives. Undesired meaning the truth.
Tony saw one document which claimed that the echo chamber was within their grasp. Weeks before he started, Tony discussed with a senior manager how Tip deals with the media.
Things that you do loudly. A lot of them things you do behind the scenes.
David Hazany is a managing director at the Israel's Project. By the way, when they get this narrative out to the people, then the people start spreading that narrative too, like Shiva did right after the war started, and he put up some Zionist shit for people to watch. He took it down now, but that was really fucking stupid. And he likes to consider himself intelligent enough to know anything. He didn't know shit. He was just parroting, just like so many other people are parroting this garbage that is worked out in back rooms for people to spread.
You can get a lot more done by making questions get asked by journalists. And if you create it from multiple directions at the same time through multiple journalists, then you create a kind of sense of crisis. We develop relationships to get them to trust us.
The basically messages on the following BDS means essentially kind of a hate group targeting Israel. They're anti-peace.
We try not to even use the term just because it builds their brand. We just refer to boycotters. The goal is to actually make things happen. To figure out what are the means of communication to do that.
In 2005, Palestinian.
So they figure that they have the right to make an example of people who go against Israel.
Civil rights groups sought a peaceful means to protest against Israel's occupation. They identified goods from Israel and called for their boycott. The BDS movement was born.
BDS adopted a nonviolent strategy because we think it is morally consistent and very effective against an enemy that is extremely powerful militarily. We called for boycotting Israel, divesting from it, and eventually imposing sanctions on it, as was done against apartheid South Africa, to achieve basic Palestinian rights under international law.
Over the past decade, BDS has grown around the world. By campaigning for Palestinian civil rights in land controlled by Israel, BDS believes it has exposed a deficiency in the moral defense of the Jewish state.
BDS is saying that what Israel has to do is treat the Palestinians in its midst the same way it treats Israeli Jews. The problem is that if Israel does that, there are more Palestinians, or there will be more Palestinians inside Greater Israel than there are Jews.
And there was, until they were chased away and murdered. There were more Palestinian Arabs. And they are still there, the ones that survived. But they're spread all over the world. Like I'm in Canada. Because my dad ended up coming to Canada.
And that means that if you had system where everybody was treated equally and there was one person and one vote, that you would no longer have a Jewish state.
The secretive Ministry of Strategic Affairs, based in the Prime Minister's office in Jerusalem, was given a mission: establish a covert campaign to defeat the BDS movement.
אנחנו אחראים על המאבק בתופעה, ובמסגרת זו יש לנו 4 רגליים: התראה, הרתעה, התקפה והסברה. אז אני אגיד לך שכשאם אתה רוצה לנצח בניהול מערכה, אתה צריך לעשות את זה עם הרבה מאוד עמימות.
If you want a campaign, your actions must be as vague as possible.
כמו שכשעבדתי על סוגיות צבאיות, כמו חיזבאללה, או...
Just as I worked on the military bases such as Hezbollah,
כספי טרור,
terrorist funds,
או סוריה, או כל מדינה אחרת
or
שאיתה
Syria,
בעבר,
or
ניהלתי
other
מערכה מולה
countries
כקמן.
as the
לא הלכנו
intelligence
ואמרנו
officer.
לצד השני מה אנחנו...
We didn't go to the other side and tell him what we intend
מתכוונים לעשות.
to do.
השארנו אותו בעמימות.
We left him in the dark.
Government ministers attacked me in person, one of them threatening BDS leaders with targeted civil assassination, and others threatening to revoke my permanent residency, along other threats.
Now, if they're telling the truth, why do they have such a fear of other people saying something against them if they're working in truth? This is the International Convention Center in Jerusalem. Quite a few among the BDS leaders hold ties, financial organization. This sounds like propaganda already. Financial, organizational ties, and other ties with hostile elements to the state of Israel. His name is Yisrael Katz. He's Israel's Minister of Intelligence, or was 4 years ago. I don't know if he's now. Our role is using intel to expose these ties. And by exposing what we will know how, and by exposing that, we will know how to act against them, to isolate them, to transfer information to different intelligence agencies around the world. Israel must carry out targeted civil thwarting of the leadership of BDS activists. Sounds like what they did to Occupy, although Occupy was a CIA thing. Sounds like what they do when somebody wants to argue about the figures in World War II, how many people were killed. You try to challenge that, now you're viewed as a criminal.
The campaign includes monitoring the activities of American students.
אנחנו עכשיו למשל נמצאים בתהליך שלם של
We,
ליצור
for
תמונה
example,
כוללת על...
are in the process of creating a comprehensive picture of the campuses.
קמפוסים.
So imagine your child is going to college and Israel is monitoring them from another country.
אם אתה רוצה לנצח תופעה, אתה צריך לדעת...
If you want to defeat a phenomenon, you must have the upper hand
עליה בעליונות במידע וידע.
in terms of information and knowledge.
Our investigation into the role of the Israeli state at US campuses led Tony to an employee at the embassy in Washington. She's American, and her job is to analyze BDS activity for the Israeli government.
So nobody really knows what we're doing, but mainly it's been a lot of research, monitoring BDS things and reporting it back to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, making sure.
So UK lady was part of BDS, so she was being monitored.
What's going on?
This is Julia Repkind, was director of community affairs at the Israeli embassy in Washington.
They need a lot of research done and stuff like that.
And keep in mind that none of these Jews are ethnic Jews. They're not real Jews. They're European Jews.
When they talk about it in Knesset, like usually I've like contributed to what the background information is. I'm not going to campuses. It's more about connecting organizations and I guess campuses, and providing like resources and strategy if students need it.
Is the Israeli embassy trying to leverage faculty?
Yeah. We're working with several faculty like advocacy groups that kind of train faculty. So we're like helping them a little bit with like funding, connections, bringing them to speak.
This is how the YouTube streets work too. Funding, connections, bringing them up to speed. This is how they work, like a virus, just like a fucking virus. They just get into everything. Every little committee, every little thing that goes on, they spread their tentacles.
Having them speak to diplomats and people in the MFA that need this information. So I kind of want to be that resource to show students, like, we appreciate what you're doing, we see what you're doing. Here's some information if you need anything at all. We can connect you, just kind of
What they call information, what decent people call propaganda.
Be that person there for you.
Julia was president of the pro-Israel group at Davis, which is part of the University of California. Davis began as a center for agricultural studies, and its students are known as Aggies.
I came to UC Davis, which had a reputation of being like a really pro-Israel. Now it's like the top 5 most anti-Israel schools in the U.S.
Why not?
Because of everything that happened in the last few years. It was just particularly bad. And there's a huge Muslim.
Whoa, shit.
News sources online that we weren't able to access.
They gave us some like legal research type stuff. I'm always biased and want to work with APAC, so they like random like rights.
And they just said that the Muslim student caption was reposted.
That it was divisive. If it's divisive in the fact,
longer have a Jewish state.
The secretive Ministry of Strategic Affairs, based in the Prime Minister's office in Jerusalem, was given a mission.
Them to speak, having them speak to diplomats and people in the
That's
MFA
closer.
that need this information. So I kind of want to be that resource.
I can't just press the forward button and go 5 seconds.
Here's some information if you need anything at all.
Information is
Just kind of be that
propaganda.
person there for you.
Julia was president of the pro-Israel group at Davis, which is part of the University of California. Davis began as a center for agricultural studies, and its students are known as Aggies.
I came to UC Davis, which had a reputation of being like a really pro-Israel. Now it's like the top 5 most anti-Israel schools in the U.S.
Why not?
Because of everything.
So they were in the top 5 of most pro-Israel schools. I'm surprised there's even such a figure. So when he says, why is that? Why have they lost popularity? Why has Israel lost popularity with UC Davis? And she just whitewashes the answer. Because of everything that happened in the last few years. You mean the massacres that Israel has performed. That's what, everything that happened in the last few years. Massacres.
It was just particularly bad. And there's a huge Muslim population in Sacramento, which is
Yeah, blame it on that.
right next to Davis.
The growing support for the BDS movement in Davis and the lobby's response to it is part of a narrative that's unfolding across America's campuses. Students for Justice in Palestine, or SJP, brought a divestment motion before the Student Senate.
I was very, very nervous. The entire room was filled. I think we had about 600 students and people from the community coming in to witness this vote.
I am here today because, quite frankly, I am ashamed. I am ashamed of my university for supporting apartheid genocide of my people in Palestine.
I ended the speech with something along the lines of being on the right side of history and for the university to end its unethical ties with these corporations who were doing brutal things to Palestinians.
What would you do if you had 10 minutes to escape from being bombed in your own house or something like that?
We knew they were going to win because our entire student senate was all pro-BDS, and like they ran for that purpose and won for that purpose, and we've been pushed out of student government for months.
Good evening. My name is Julia Rivkin, and I'm the president of Aggies for Israel.
Students streamed the hearing online. The pro-Israel group also filmed it with another purpose in mind. Their videos would play a key part in the story that was to unfold in the days ahead.
I was waiting to see what she would say. I was waiting for a blow to come my way, and that blow sure came.
We have been ignored and disrespected year after year, but we have never.
They are constant fucking professional fucking victims.
Been silenced. We are a beacon of peace and inclusion on a campus plagued by anti-Semitism.
That is a complete lie from the beginning of the sentence to the end of the sentence. We are a beacon of peace. Bullshit. They're devils of war. Inclusion. Bullshit. Apartheid. And plagued by anti-Semitism means anti-Israel. Israel is not a Semitic country anymore. Palestine was a Semitic country with Palestinian Arabs and Palestinian Jews. Those were the Semites. These are European Ashkenazi Zionist Jews who are not Semites, and Israel is made up of Ashkenazi Jews from Europe who are Semites, who are Zionists, and they are not Semites. So that whole sentence is a lie.
The talking points were that the resolution was anti-Semitic, that it was divisive. If it's divisive in the fact that you either support human rights or you don't, then so be it.
The intolerance that spawned this resolution is the same kind of intolerance that has spawned anti-Semitic movements throughout history.
The entire thing looked.
First of all, bitch, you're only part of history. You're not part of the Jewish history. You're part of the Ashkenazi European history. That's what you're part of. Such fucking victims. Get out their fucking clarinets.
Very rehearsed, very, very aggressive, almost comically so.
Julia and her pro-Israel allies had already decided that they didn't want to debate.
At 4 a.m. the night before, me and my team were like, "You're gonna lead the walkout," and I was like, "Okay."
Yeah, they'd have to walk out because they'd be shamed because they don't speak the truth.
We're gonna film it just for our own purposes. I was like, totally cool. So when everything was happening, like we went into it knowing we were going to lose. So our strategy was how to like ultimately win while losing the vote.
This is our victory. And we who are victorious need not legitimize the words spoken in this empty hearing. So if you are here tonight in opposition to this resolution, I invite you now to stand up. Really, stand up. And join me in walking out of the room.
That was a wowing moment. To have them just stand up, everyone just kind of was like, what's going on? It was very shocking. As they were leaving, it was just a very big rush of relief to not have that tension, those bad vibes in the room. And so we started cheering, actually, and it was a great moment.
Don't let the door hit you on the way out.
But the passing of the BDS motion proved to be just the beginning of a bigger story. In part 2, how the lobby worked to undermine the student decision.
Those swastikas, who did them?
We don't even know.
Liar. That's another thing they do. They knock over their own fucking gravestones and then blame anti-Semitism for it. And then run behind the apron strings of whatever government is in charge. City level, provincial level, federal level, whatever level. State level. They run behind and say, oh, anti-Semitism. And they fucking did the graffiti. They They're the ones who knocked over the gravestones themselves to claim that they were victims, but they're not. So that's the end of the first chapter. I still have a couple hours left in this, so I may as well just do it now. Part 2, chapter 2.
Hi.
Hello.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Our undercover reporter was meeting an employee of the Israeli embassy in Washington. She had led a pro-Israel group while at university in California.
So if you are here tonight in opposition to this resolution,
Students at Davis were about to vote in favor of a divestment motion. During the debate, the pro-Israel group staged a walkout. They uploaded videos to publicize their protest.
Our thought was to control the narratives by having the speech. Like, we wanted it to cause attention. We wanted everyone to see us walking out to show that, like, this doesn't represent us, or shit about this. So that's how we kind of formulated it.
The director of community affairs at the Israeli embassy in Washington. So she's in a college giving speeches, and she's the director of community affairs at the Israeli embassy in Washington, D.C. These, when you see these undercover videos, these are not the way that they will talk to you on TV or talk to you if they're trying to change your mind. This is the way they talk behind the curtains.
That day, all of us released like 50 op-eds in major news sources, so that when people made a hashtag and like a whole thing trending, so when people opened their Facebooks, it wouldn't be them celebrating a victory, it'd be us sharing our stories. Once it blew up, then random people, like the Huffington Post, contacted me and was like, do you have anything to say? And I was like, conveniently, I wrote an op-ed 2 weeks ago just in case.
My 15-day journey confronting divestment at UC Davis. This bitch wrote 15 days. I only had 15 days in office before my university faced the divestment, boycott, and sanctions resolution. As the incoming president of Aggies for Israel, the University of California, Davis's pro-Israel student organization, I was elected 15 days before leading. That's not a proper English sentence. She must not have been studying English. But I was elected 15 days before leading my community through the largest hurdle pro-Israel students face on a college campus, divestment. 15 days to plan, strategize, and act. 15 days to delegate, collaborate, and struggle. 15 days to lose sleep. 15 days to gain the trust of a whole community and empower them to believe in me as a leader and to believe in themselves.
People who weren't involved in anything, like their entire newsfeed was Israel stuff, and like that was what we wanted, so that's how we got the word out there.
How do you delegitimize the other side?
Delegitimizing them. Kind of through
Delegitimizing them.
That lens of taking over and like making
Kind of through that lens of taking over
them sound
and
crazy.
making them sound crazy at their game. See, that's what they do. And when they own the fucking game, when the Zionists own all the fucking media that's giving you your fucking stupid information, that's why you help. When you spread their propaganda, you help to delegitimize and try to make us look crazy at our, no, it's not a game, at the truth. They delegitimize the truth, and every time you help them, you are helping to delegitimize the truth. You are an enemy of the truth when you spread their propaganda.
Game. The student senator who's Muslim made a Facebook Facebook status saying like Israel will fall, like Sharia law is taking over Davis, like we love Hamas, like that kind of status. So that happened.
Hamas and Sharia law have taken over Davis. So they're trying to make it look like the Muslims have taken over the fucking university because they're such animals.
We had been called terrorists and told that we were Hamas sympathizers, that we want to bring Sharia law to campus and things like that.
Hi everyone, my name is Azka Fayaz. I'm a second-year political science major.
Azka Fayaz was a committed BDS activist and claims that pro-Israel students repeatedly tried to link her to political violence.
They just came up to me and said, "You're a terrorist. Are you a terrorist? You're going to bring, terrorism to the student government." And
This happens because of the same stupid shit that goes on when the bullies here do the Allah Akbar thing. Right? When they do the Allah Akbar thing, when they're doxing people, because it's a terrorist move, because they're terrorizing people by doxing them. And so Bird came up with this Allahu Akbar thing where they show freedom fighters yelling Allah Akbar, God is great, while they're fighting for something real. And then these jerks on YouTube turn it into a fucking joke. People who put their lives on the line for freedom. Real freedom fighters, not jerks on YouTube trying to make everybody into a pedophile. Because that way they look like heroes. They have helped to create this narrative that Arabs and Muslims are terrorists. And everybody just goes along with it. And while everybody was claiming, oh, you're racist against black people, or, nobody gave a shit about how they were spreading the lie that Arabs and Muslims are terrorists. And totally switching things, what's the word? Confusing things. They were confusing things so that they're just buying into this bullshit. And so now this woman was faced with, oh, you're not going to bring terrorism to UC Davis, are you? That's so fucking stupid.
Things of that nature.
And vote smart.
I know her. It was ironic. She was directly making a joke of that. When I saw it, though, given the climate at the time, I did grow concerned.
People who were involved, they were like, hey, there's actually a lot of negative postings on social media. They're sharing your picture and the cover photo with your caption. It's turning.
Hey, UC Davis, Senator Azka Fayaz praising Hamas and Sharia isn't cute or funny, nor is claiming it was satirical after.
Turning really ugly. That caption was reposted.
I would say the anti-Semitic, which is anti-Israel, is not anti-Semitic. I wish I had just 1 penny for every time somebody has used Semitic the wrong way. I would be so rich. Should burn in hell. But she's a Muslim, so that's redundant. So what does that mean? Muslims are going to burn in hell anyway? This is written by Elizabeth Orpina.
And retweeted over and over and over again. I knew that something big was sort of going to happen.
Pro-Israel students were taunted by pro-Hamas students after an anti-Israel vote passed on campus. Listen and watch.
And
And right after the vote passed, a student senator posted this on Facebook. Hamas and Sharia law have taken over UC Davis, BRB crying over the resilience.
I don't have the capacity to bring Sharia law to the University of California, Davis.
Yeah, really.
I don't think any of us really do have the capacity. They wanted to try to make me look
Genocidal
as
nature of
evil and
true
violent
hatred
as
at you.
possible. How can we use their words out of context in such a way that their victory doesn't seem so victorious anymore?
Conveniently, like the divestment video just happened to do that. Like when they all started shouting Allahu Akbar as we were leaving, like that was really nice for us in a way because like we caught them just, you know, doing what they're doing. And then it like went viral on YouTube.
Anger and tension running high at the University of
See, so this is the exact way that the bullies on YouTube use their racism against Arabs and Muslims. Just to hear the phrase Allahu Akbar sends fear into people. To yell God is great sends fear into people because they've been so fucking programmed.
California Davis campus. What you just saw played out late last week as the Student Government Association voted on a resolution to boycott the Jewish state of Israel.
They kept showing it over
It's not the Jewish state of Israel, it's the Zionist state of Israel.
and over again. And then they just said that the Muslim students forced the pro-Israel students to leave the room.
Reports say when the Israel supporters tried to object to this vote, the pro-Palestinian students you just saw tried to shout them down with cries of Allahu Akbar.
I invite you now to stand up. Really, stand up. And
Hear anybody saying Allahu Akbar at this moment?
join me and walk out of the room.
Of course, we know that they left willingly and they stated that they were going to walk out of the room.
It's incredible to hear Allahu Akbar shouted in the middle of this university.
And what does that represent, Megan? The subjugation of women, the torture of homosexuals.
Look at that. Yelling God is great in Arabic means that you hate women. And what else do they say?
A resolution to boycott the Jewish state of Israel.
They kept showing it over and over again. And then they just said that the Muslim students forced the pro-Israel students to leave the room.
Reports say when the Israel supporters tried to object to this vote, the pro-Palestinian students you just saw tried to shout them down with cries of Allahu Akbar.
I invite you now to stand up.
She's inciting them. She's inciting them to not even take part in the vote. But nowhere is anybody yelling Allahu Akbar.
Really, stand up. And join me and walk out of the room.
Of course, we know that they left willingly and they stated that they were going to walk out of the room.
It's incredible to hear Allahu Akbar shouted in the middle of this university.
And what does that represent, Megan? The subjugation of women, the torture of homosexuals, the torture of Christians, the crucifixion of Christians. That's what it has come to represent, and that's what they're shouting.
The pro-BDS activists at UC Davis then faced another crisis.
2 days after a resolution passed, unfortunately, someone defamed the Jewish frat house and had painted swastikas all over it. Outrageous, just not acceptable behavior at all. What was upsetting to us, however, was they had the media there right away.
Disturbing discovery for a UC Davis student.
They had the media there right away because they did the goddamn. They don't even have to tell me. I know. They did that, and the woman used the word defame, but she meant something else. Forgot the word, but it's not defamed. But yeah, of course the media was there right away because it was planned by the Zionists. They did the fucking graffiti. Defiled.
Students found swastikas
Defiled is the word she was looking for.
painted on their fraternity house in Davis.
These swastikas were discovered that morning, and around 10 a.m., my best guess, and I believe the news media were there by 11.
Pro-Israel students say they feared recent events would lead to this.
This week has been sort of a bad week to be Jewish on campus.
After years of heated meetings, a student body passed a resolution Thursday urging UC Davis to end any affiliation with companies that support Israel.
So this is not out of the blue. We're pretty sure this is directly related.
Who were they finger pointing at but us? Us who were still on this high of finally getting this resolution passed, still in high spirits, just crushed us. Roseanne Barr tweeted, all the Jews should leave Davis and the rest of the school should be nuked.
Oh my God.
It's a crazy time. A general flooding of Islamophobia by the media.
And I was dealing with like news outlets and media, and it was like the day after there was some swastikas on campus, and it was like it all blew up. And became a full-time job.
Those swastikas, like who did them?
We don't even know. I think it's just some like random like white supremacist type people who just came, did it, left. We don't think it was students.
That's pretty surprising because it was very clear from their behavior towards us, their attitudes towards us, that we had done some heinous crime to them and that we deserved to pay for it.
I can't see the screen.
Students who were part of the divestment movement painted swastikas on the fraternity. That's what she was hinting at. That's what she was trying to imply.
Why would we act against our interests and do that at a moment when we were, I guess, victorious? The fact that it was just so quickly tossed onto us as those who had done this, it was damaging. It was hugely damaging.
That was kind of our strategy. A lot of it was media-based, which is like kind of my interest in media. And I'd say that's like 99% of what it needs to be successful. That happened. Then there was another swastika. It was just like every day something new was happening, and you had to.
It was weird because they won.
Yeah.
So you'd think if they would win, why would they do
Exactly.
that? Yeah.
They wouldn't.
Well,
That's
that was
the
kind of
answer.
Strategies. We knew they were going to win.
Were you in touch with the embassy, or were you in touch with like any groups?
Pretty much all of the groups. Not the embassy.
All of
I
it.
guess our
It's like a
consulate.
fucking virus.
As well as the Israeli consulate in San Francisco, Julia's anti-BDS campaign had the guidance of several pro-Israel lobby groups.
Stand With Us helped us a little bit in terms of actual research on the speech. They gave us some like legal research type stuff. I'm always biased and want to work with APAC, so they kind of helped for like more support. And David Project helped us a little bit. It was more help like gaining contacts in like the media world. I guess we needed money to pay for somebody to film the speech. Like we had a Davis faculty for Israel group, and like they were hugely helpful to us. They would, because some of them were retired lawyers, so they'd write legal documents for us. They knew the administration. They were tenured. They had pull.
They have their hands in every fucking pie.
Despite the passing of the BDS motion, the governors of the university known as regions are under no obligation to abide by the students' vote.
As for that resolution to boycott Israel, well, UC Regents issued a statement saying they will not even entertain the idea.
After looking back on everything,
Who owns the
I
fucking
feel a little
university?
creepy because of what happened after the vote. People that were affiliated with the group just were smeared and had to deal with these very personal crises of the world calling us terrorists and the world thinking that we were this spiteful hate group. It's pretty unequivocal how organized they were, how brutal and ruthless that narrative was, and how it affected us in the end.
Back in Washington, our undercover reporter was attending the annual conference of the Israeli-American Council. The IAC's role is to connect American Jews to Israel. This year, combating BDS was top of the agenda.
I think we need to work.
The polling isn't good. And all of you probably know, if you look at the polls, the younger you get on the demographic scales, the lower support for Israel is. It seems to be achieving its goals, and I think it threatens future American support for Israel. Younger people are leaving college less sympathetic to Israel than when they entered.
The lobby hope that a new partnership with Israel's Ministry of Strategic Affairs will become a game changer in the fight against BDS.
For years, we are trying to defeat the BDS and the delegitimization movement. We are all on the defensive, and I think we should move to the offensive.
Baggy Palasha works with cyber and television.
Using especially cyber and internet tools to try and defeat this ugly movement. I'm really honored to present my partners here, Brigadier General Sima Vakandil, the Director General of the Ministry of Strategic Affairs. Sima, please.
The fact that the Israeli government decided to be a key player means a lot, because we can bring things that usually are not existing in NGOs or civilian entities that are now involved in this thing. The Israeli government can look at the bigger picture and actually create this coordination and cooperation. We are the only player inside the pro-Israeli network who can actually say that he's filling the gaps.
The Israeli official described to members of the lobby the first phase of the covert war.
Ambiguity is part of our guidelines. That's why I'm not going to say anything too much about each one of the legs. The first one is intel, intelligence, or data, or information.
So they are grabbing information about all of us, including your children at universities, logging their every move and who they speak to, what they speak about. They're listening in. Israel is not the US. It's a separate country, legally anyway. And yet they're allowed to do this within US borders.
What we've done is mapped and analyzed the whole phenomena globally, not just the United States, not just campuses, but campuses and intersectionality and labor unions and churches.
We started to establish a project called Israel Cyber Shield. This project is actually a civil intelligence unit that collects, analyzes, and acts upon the activists in the BDS movement, if it's people, organizations, or events. And we give everything we collect. We are using the most sophisticated data system, intelligence system in the Israeli market.
Let's take the defense activity that we're doing and make it into proactivity and offensivity.
Israel has used cyber sabotage. We suffered from intense denial of service attacks, hacking attacks on our websites. Israel decided to go on cyber warfare against BDS publicly. They said, we shall spy on BDS individuals and networks, especially in the West. We have not heard a peep from any Western government complaining that Israel is admitting that it will spy on your citizens. Imagine Iran saying it will spy on British or American citizens. Just imagine what could happen.
The Ministry of Strategic Affairs brings together this group called the Global Coalition for Israel. And it's like leading pro-Israel advocacy groups around the world. My view and the view of Israel's Ministry of Strategic Affairs, which we coordinate with sometimes, we communicate with sometimes, is like Europe is lost and it's basically over. And like they're turning a lot of attention now to the US because they feel we're on your path.
Can I join these? I'd love to. I don't know if you'd let me. But...
It's like a pretty sensitive conversation, but it's going well.
if China was doing this, if Iran was doing it, if Russia was doing it, there would be uproar. You would have Congress going after them, you would have hearings, you would have prosecutions.
War talk.
The question is, how does Israel get away with this?
It's modeled on General Stanley McChrystal's counterinsurgency strategy in Iraq. We've copied a lot from that strategy that has been working really well for us, actually. And one of the pieces is this operations and intelligence brief. We're using social media intelligence, a tool called Radian 6. We're phasing that out over the next year, and we're bringing on more sophisticated technology that was developed in Israel.
An American should not be spied on by a foreign government that is able to access all this information and possibly undermine their ability to exercise their democratic rights in this country. So we're not dealing with amateurs. This is not an amateur work. We're dealing with a government that have a ministry at a ministerial level engaged in the systematic targeting of activists outside of its sovereign borders.
Yep.
The only way it's going to stop is if somebody in the government points out this is illegal and we're not going to tolerate it. And if we do tolerate it, other countries are going to do it as well.
There's a company called Census, S-E-N-S-U-S. It's like very pricey though, We had to raise like hundreds of $1,000s just for it. It's going to increase our discovery rate. We're discovering just about everything we need. It's also going to bring new sources online that we weren't able to access in an automated fashion, like message boards. And we have ways to crawl message boards right now and to monitor them, but it's like disconnected from the event and activity discovery mechanism, so that we want that system to be all integrated. So we just signed the contract yesterday for them to start that work. They actually already started it. Good friends in Israel that are helping us with that.
You would think that since the United States has this special relationship with Israel and gives it so much largesse and protects it diplomatically at every turn and gives this assistance unconditionally, that the Israelis would do less spying here than other countries do. But on the contrary, what we see is that the Israelis are probably at the top of the list when it comes to foreign countries spying inside the United States.
Our investigation into Israel's covert war against BDS led Tony back to Julia Rifkind. She's American, and her full-time job at the Israeli embassy is monitoring BDS. She summed up a typical day at the office.
Gathering intel and reporting back to Israel. That's a lot of what I do, is report back to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Strategic Affairs, and make sure they have the right information. It's in Knesset.
Make sure they have the right information. It's in the Knesset.
Of what's going on here. So that's why I do a lot of reporting. I talk to people from tons of organizations, just trying to get the information that I could to report back, and kind of just talk through some of the issues with those people, see what their plan was, tell them maybe some ideas we've had, give them our support.
They've got their hands in every fucking pie.
Got behind the scenes way.
Wow. It just looks like the state of Israel is employing little spies, and you can't take a breath without Israel hearing about it.
Julia spoke about her former days as a student. While at UC Davis, she was also an activist with AIPAC. The training she received from the most powerful arm of the pro-Israel lobby left its mark.
I can immediately tell a meeting with somebody where they were trying to like the way that I talk about stuff, obviously I'm an AIPAC training and activist, the way they call it. So I can tell when somebody's on stand with us, or David Roderick, ICC, or Hasbara, Canberra, ZOA, I can kind of tell.
She's been trained really well. She follows the commands that she has been given by these Israeli organizations, and she follows it really well.
I pretty much, all of my friends work at AIPAC, all of them. So whenever we have events at the embassy, and there's oh, we should invite AIPAC people, it's a joke that honestly I'm gonna be the one to write all the emails down. So whatever, they're we have to submit names and lists for events. Mine's 15 names, and 14 of them are AIPAC.
AIPAC encourages the students it trains to conceal any affiliation.
when you're lobbying on behalf of AIPAC, you don't say AIPAC. You say I'm a pro-Israel student from UC Davis. And when you're meeting with students on campus, I would never say like I am the AIPAC campus rep. I say my name's Julie and I'm a pro-Israel student. Like, you don't need the title, you don't need the organization.
AIPAC's involvement in student council elections
Sneaky, sneaky, sneaky. Everything they do, sneaky.
is also kept secret.
AIPAC attracts the more political students, students who are more interested in like lobbying. We had like campaigns and stuff like that. We dealt with student elections, very behind the scenes.
They actually were found to have put cameras in the rooms where there were meetings going on. I liked meeting outside where there are no rooms and there are no possible cameras under the chairs or wherever they may have put them.
I have several weird Facebooks. I have my fake Facebook that I follow like all the SJP accounts. I have like some fake name. My name is Jay Bernard or something. So it just sounds like an old white guy, which is the plan. I like joined all these groups. A lot of people haven't added me. I mainly just wanted to see on the newsfeed like what kind of articles they were sharing, just to kind of see what their internal dialogue was.
Every single event that I put on, you would have these pro-Israel groups coming out before our guests even got there with their cameras, videotaping.
Julia has no contact with her handlers in Israel. She writes her intelligence briefs and awaits their instructions.
I write a report and I give to my boss. He translates it. It's really weird. We don't like talk to them on the phone or like email or whatever. There's like a special like server that's like really secure that I don't have access to because I'm an American. You have to have like tenants.
There's a central server that's what'd she say? So ultra secret, which she doesn't have access to because she's an American. She is a willing participant in genocide. So this woman who would come out on American news and say, I'm just an American student who fought for what's right, who stood up for Israel. But no, she is an active operative agent spying on the American public for a country to continue to commit genocide.
It's called cables. It's not even free. It's like literally cables. I've seen it. It looks really bizarre. So I write reports that my boss translates into the cables and sends them.
I write reports that my boss translates into cables and then sends them.
Hello. It's 7 p.m. Hydro at its cheapest till 7 a.m.
Now I can cook.
Have a good one.
And then they'll send something back and he'll translate it and tell me what I need to do.
If she believes it's spying on activists to suppress a free speech movement, then, you know, peace be to her. And I hope she feels good sleeping at night being on that side of things.
Yeah, really.
We're a group of student activists advocating for Palestinian human rights.
In a peaceful way.
To think that we're so upsetting and threatening to a state is pretty awe-striking to me. Creepy, but also, I guess, makes me more proud of the work I did.
It's nice kind of seeing what they're talking about.
What do they say?
They don't talk about like our side at all, which is disappointing because it would be like nice to do the drama. But
what side do you have? What side do you have? You don't have a side. Your side is for theft, for murder, for rape. That's what your side is for. You think somehow you've got a side that's going to make anybody who hears the truth be on your side? Dirty fucking bitch.
It's been them sharing their like videos, their like AJ Plus videos on Al Jazeera.
What do you think about Al Jazeera?
It sucks because they have a lot of interesting like liberal videos, which I'm like, wow, like that's amazing to hear about that human rights issue, and hear about that like sexism situation or whatever. And they'll show like why Israel was an apartheid state. And you're like, ooh, like not anymore. So that's what's annoying is like it's tied to all those causes. It's hard to be liberal.
None of the pro-Israel advocacy organizations or individuals working for them responded to our allegations. Nor did the Israeli embassy in Washington. Ms. Sima Vaknin Gil, or Israel's Minister of Strategic Affairs.
You represent that government.
I can't say anything negative about Bibi or like the government because I don't really work.
Bibi, that's another thing. When people call him Bibi, they were trying to make him seem more human, seem more like one of us, that he has a nickname called Bibi. Do you think that anybody would go for a cute nickname for Adolf Hitler?
Not directly. I'm just a normal American.
Julia Refkind left her role at the Israeli embassy in October 2017. Eric Gallagher and David Hazoni no longer work at the Israel Project. They've all been busted. The Associated Press, so that's AP, whenever you read AP or Reuters, those are Zionist organizations. The Associated Press says its headlines are routinely updated through the day for a variety and as news develops. It's a matter of news judgment and applying AP standards of accuracy and fairness. Oh my God. The idea that the news report would be altered to appease any group is simply untrue. Lying sacks of shit. What is this, a third part? Oh, this is the second part. Episode 2. Managing Elites. There we go.
In Washington, Tony often socialized with younger members of the pro-Israel lobby. Here, the discussions are focused on influencing elites. Recent graduates appear to no longer care about debates they had at university.
We try and go through student government and pass bills. I mean, looking back on it now, it's all it's total crap. Yes, in general, obviously. But also, it's just, I don't know, it doesn't do anything. Fighting back against it has no practical effect. What has practical effect is getting Congress to give Israel military aid.
I can't see the computer.
At the end of the day, it doesn't matter what happens at the University of X. What matters is what happens here. What matters is what happens in the capitals of the state, the capitals of other countries.
The pro-Israel...
Just finished making my salad. Well, I gotta put the dressing on. Caesar's, oh no, cucumber dressing on baby spinach, shredded carrot, cucumber, and pine nuts. And cucumber dressing. And there's some oil and some spices in there. And last time I tossed the potatoes, which I've got to start now. Tossing tonight's potatoes, which I'm going to have with hot dogs. Mixing my salad. And I can eat that while I'm making the rest of dinner. Potatoes. They've been soaking for the last half hour to get the excess starch off of them. I gotta watch my cholesterol. Get the excess water off. $1.52. I wonder if I should start this second chapter later. But there's nobody around, so may as well do it now.
Israel lobby is keen to co-opt elites beyond America. At a party organized by AIPAC, Tony met an intern at a public relations firm whose clients include the United Arab Emirates. The lobby apparently has allies in the Arab world.
The American Jewish Committee is running a study tour to, it's either Dubai or Abu Dhabi, and they're talking about mutual cooperation.
Can't read it.
What are the ties like between the UAE and Israel?
They're getting so much better. Nobody knows. The governments have to coordinate on security. It's all under the table. They're on trade, security, tech, medicine, a lot of cooperation. Basically, where I see it standing right now is the GCC has all this under the table cooperation with Israel, and it's getting to the point where it's getting to the surface.
Does the UAE have a stake in BDS?
They do run all the time the argument of Palestinian suffering and occupation. They do kind of toe that line, but that's because they have to have the same face in the Arab League. They're literally just trying to cover their bases.
Are they actually helping out BDS in any way?
They benefit from Israeli tech, so they're not going to boycott that. Why would they?
Tony's boss at the Israel Project used to work at AIPAC, where debate about Israel's actions or Palestinian rights were rarely prominent.
Does the war of ideas matter? I don't know. I know that getting $38 billion in security aid to Israel matters, which is what AIPAC just did. That's what I'm proud to be. I've been a part of for so long.
Eric Gallagher was a director at the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, that's AIPAC, from 2010 to 2015. Director.
My job was basically to convince students that participating in the war of ideas on campus is actually a distraction. You can hold up signs and have rallies on campus, but the Congress gets $3.1 billion a year for Israel. Everything AIPAC does is focused on influencing Congress. Congress is where you have leverage, so you can't influence the President of the United States directly, but the Congress can.
AIPAC is very interested in making sure that every representative and every senator toes the line on Israel. And it is highly effective in that regard. That's why it's considered to be synonymous in many lobby.
AIPAC's website shows members of Congress attending its conferences and declaring their support for Israel.
And on behalf of Congress, thank you for sending a clear and unequivocal message to the world that the United States stands with Israel now, tomorrow, and always.
I reject the BDS movement, whether it be on campuses in France and London or right here in the United States of America.
To get elected in the American political system, you need lots of money. What AIPAC does is it makes sure that money is funneled your way if you're seen as pro-Israel, and it'll go to significant lengths to make sure that you stay in office if you continue to be staunchly pro-Israel.
May God bless Israel. May God bless the United States of America. May God bless you all. Thank you so much. Thank you.
They have questionnaires. Anybody running for Congress is expected to fill out a questionnaire. They evaluate the depth of your commitment to Israel on the basis of that questionnaire. Then you have an interview with local people. If you get AIPAC support, then more often than not, you're going to win.
Yep.
Jim Moran is a Democrat who represented a congressional district in Northern Virginia.
You realize it's not just the money, it's the number of concerned activists.
You know, right now they're talking about BDS and they're talking about college campuses. They were talking about college campuses. Now they've gone into the quote unquote elites. They're not really the elites, but they're higher than college campus people. And think about the tentacles they already had in place to make his statement true. That if you are cool with AIPAC, you're pretty much guaranteed to win your seat. Now, what kind of influence does that take? What kind of control does that take? So they already worked their lobbies into these offices a long time ago.
They'll send out postcards, they'll make phone calls, they'll organize. Man, that's the democratic process. They understand the democratic process.
We made sure that's democratic. To fill your citizens with lies, with misinformation, disinformation, on purpose to make things go your way, to manipulate things. That is their idea of democracy. And then he's giving them kudos because Israel knows how democracy works. That's how corrupt democracy works. That's not the way that democracy that we're taught in schools works.
Sure that there were people in every single congressional district. And then you'd call them up and say, I'm calling from AIPAC in Washington. I did these calls. We hear that you're good friends with Congressman so-and-so. Oh my God, yes. We've been friends since elementary school. Well, what does he think about Israel? I never talked to him about Israel. Well, can I come down and talk to you and help you figure out a way to talk to him about Israel? No, just tell me. What should I say? I don't have to. I'll just tell him.
Our undercover reporter wanted to learn more about how funding is secured for congressmen.
Speaking of the devil.
David Oakes, a prominent pro-Israel advocate, invited Tony to a fundraising event. Oakes later called him to discuss the details.
I love the way they just invited him right in.
Hold on. I'm going to email you a list of the people that this group supports. This is the biggest ad hoc political group, and definitely the wealthiest in D.C. Mark Kirk, Senator from Illinois. Ted Deutsch from Florida. Barbara Comstock, she's the Congressman from Virginia. Richard Byrd from East Carolina. Kelly Ayotte, she's fantastic. She's in the Arms Committee. They'll walk in the room and they'll say everything here is off the record. And then they'll say, here's a little bit about me, and then people will ask very specific Question.
The fundraiser was being held in a wealthy suburb of Washington.
The AIPAC group, it makes a difference. It really, really does. It's the best bang for your buck, and the networking is phenomenal. Congressmen and senators don't do anything unless you pressure them. They kick the can down the road unless you pressure them. And the only way to do that is with money.
Right now, our current contribution limit from any person to a candidate is $2,700. Now, that's a lot of money, you know, and that can certainly buy some gratitude with the lawmaker. But if you really want to add punch to that type of buying of favors, what you do is you get 50 or 100 people together at an event like this, all chipping in $2,700. And then you bundle it all together and hand over the total amount to the lawmaker. At that point, we're talking anywhere up to $250,000. So suddenly you've got a group of people with the same demand they want from the lawmaker handing over $250,000. That buys a lawmaker.
The fundraiser was for Anthony Brown, who ran for Congress in November 2016.
This is direct spending. Brown's going to use that 30 grand to do ad campaigns. So they strategically pick the ones who are in close regions that they want to build relationships with. So we want the Jewish community to go face to face in a small environment, 50, 30, 40 people, and say this is what's important to us. We wanted to make sure if we give you money that you're going to enforce the Iran deal. That way, when they need something from him or her, like the Iran deal, they can quickly mobilize and say, look, we'll give you 30 grand. They actually impact.
He's actually saying we're buying these office holders. And that's the point. We're chipping in all this money so we can hand over $100,000 or $200,000 to the office holders so we can buy them.
You're not supposed to advertise. There's only the advertising law. I was surprised they had an invite. I've never seen an actual invite before.
Oakes described a similar event he attended in New York, which included donors from Wall Street.
In New York, with Jeff Talbot, we don't ask a goddamn thing about Palestinians. You know why? Because it's a tiny issue, that's why. It's a small, insignificant issue. The big issue is Iran. We want everything focused on Iran.
And everything has been focused on Iran, hasn't it? The American public is convinced that Iran wants to destroy America. And it's on the lips of every American who thinks they know what's going on. They're talking about Iran. And why are they talking about Iran? Because they're puppets. Because their strings are being pulled by the masters who run their fucking minds. This is Jeffrey Talipins is a hedge fund manager on Wall Street.
What happens is Jeff meets the congressman in the back room, tells them exactly what his goals are. And by the way, Jeff Talpin is worth $250 million. Basically, they hand him an envelope with 20 credit cards and say,
Basically, they hand him an envelope with 20 credit cards and say,
you can swipe each of these credit cards for $1,000 each.
You can swipe each of these credit cards for $1,000 each.
There is a disclosure law that is designed to highlight whether there may be potential money laundering going on in events like this. And that is if the funds are earmarked. And that means the organization has to disclose who showed up at that event and how much each individual chipped in and what they handed over to the lawmaker.
What's the name of the group that puts this on?
It doesn't have a name. There's no name. It's an ad hoc political group.
What?
For all the legal reasons, people pool their money.
What this specific is if the funds are earmarked. And that means the organization has to disclose who showed up at that event and how much each individual chipped in and what they handed over to the lawmaker.
What's the name of the group that puts this on?
It doesn't have a name. There's no name. It's an ad hoc political group.
It doesn't have a name. It's an ad hoc political group.
For all the legal reasons, people pool their money.
What this specific group is doing to try to avoid that disclosure requirement, it isn't taking money and then putting it in its own account and then handing it over to the office holder. It's just collecting credit card information and then turning that over directly to the candidate. Therefore, it's not violating the earmarking law, and they're not reporting this. All we would see on the campaign finance reports are the individuals who contributed, but there'd be no record on those campaign finance reports that they worked together as a bundling group, that they were all at this event. All we'd know is person A gave 2,700, person B gave 2,700, and we'd have no idea they're working in tandem with each other.
And that's on purpose. They wrote that law specifically so that they could hide these kinds of things. This is all corruption. If they are in the right, if they are the good ones, why are they involved in so much corruption?
The one in New York is 10 grand over 2 cycles. It's a minimum commitment. Some people give a lot more than that. Whatever your commitment is, so like if you give 5,000, Jeff will ensure that I don't go over the 2,600. You know what I'm saying?
If one is at a meeting where person A wants to give 5,000, another person has only $100 to give, and that person gave 2,500 to the other person at that meeting as a gift, and they both therefore gave a total of 5,000, 5,100, would that be illegal?
That would be illegal. That would be laundering of campaign contributions. The limit applies to the individual. And so each individual is subject to that $2,700 limit.
Now
And
it's
if any
$2,700?
individual goes over that limit, they are violating the contribution limit. They cannot legally do that by laundering money through other individuals.
But they do.
5,000, Jeff will ensure
Away with it.
that I don't go over the 2,600. You know what I'm saying?
During a cab journey across Washington, Tony's boss at the Israel Project, Eric, spoke about his former job as a fundraiser for Jeb Bush.
I was one of the first employees of the Bush campaign. The first time Trump came up in a conversation was we were going to solicit him for Jeb. And we were like, why isn't he writing a check? We would joke, like, this is the donor who went nuts.
Eric shares his concerns about Jeb Bush's campaign.
I hope the Justice Department doesn't make an example out of Bush, because we were operating in a real gray zone. And we raised enough money, we figured, come
Gray zone?
we'll defend ourselves. We thought he's going to be a Republican nominee. Everyone did at that stage.
A relatively small number of families supply hundreds of millions of dollars annually to lobby politicians.
The 200 families whose giving constitutes 90% of our political giving are not giving because they want a government contract or because it's good for their business. They're doing it because they actually care. In my view, it's obscene how much money there is.
One of the most effective uses of the lobby's funds occurs when Congress is on its break.
Every year, they fly hundreds of members of Congress to Israel for these extended travel junkets that are really lavish. They're first-rate vacations. They'll rack up.
See, now, this was something I've been wanting to bring up for weeks now. That Chuckles, the genocidal clown. She went on a trip called Birthright. I believe that's what it's called. Birthright. She doesn't have the birthright to be there. But what they do is they send, let's say, for instance, American Israelis, young people, to Israel to indoctrinate them. And she showed that off. She made like that was a good thing. She doesn't see that they were brainwashing her. They brainwash their own people. That's how they get their armies. So just Chuckles the genocidal clown on YouTube thinks that she got this nice free trip, all expenses paid. They were paid by Zionists who program their people so that they've got their army of fucking misinformation down, and they have to get them while they're young. So she's a fucking tool. But she thinks she knows about Palestinians. And this is what they do with these quote-unquote elites.
Up $20,000 or more for a vacation for a member of Congress. The member can bring along their spouse.
It's worth it because they end up with billions of dollars because they programmed these senators all the way from senators in the U.S. government to the little Jewish American princesses in the States. Brainwashing is the war. And they're always maintaining to make sure that nobody is contradicting their bullshit narrative. So it's worth it for $20,000 for each senator to send them on these vacations, because it ends up that Israel will end up with billions of dollars in cash and in weapons and undying support in the UN for the US to use its veto to be in Israel's interest every single fucking time.
And they have a great time.
You are told that Israel continues to be under siege from hundreds of millions of its neighbors who are Muslim and who hate Israel, who hate Jewish people. You're told that Israel survives because of the United States and because of American politicians like you who support us.
That's true.
An attempt was made to change the law so that all expenses paid trips would be considered a bribe.
I drafted legislation to try to reform the whole profession of lobbying to get rid of free travel and gifts from lobbyists. The Honest Leadership and Open Government Act of 2007. Significantly enhance the travel restrictions that if you're an organization that employs a lobbyist, you can only provide a one-day trip for a member of Congress.
Then AIPAC exerted its influence.
There was a major loophole written into the travel restriction that was essentially engineered by AIPAC. And this loophole is widely known as the AIPAC loophole.
They don't even mind putting their name on that. The AIPAC loophole. Because they have Zionists writing laws for the United States. Not in the interest of Americans, but in the interest of Israel.
The clause excluded educational trips organized by a charity that didn't hire lobbyists. AIPAC happened to be affiliated to such a charity.
It doesn't have an office. It doesn't have any employees.
The American Israel Education Foundation, AIEF, is the charitable organization affiliated with AIPAC, America's pro-Israel lobby, and was created in 1990. So these are for the millennials. AIEF makes annual grants to AIPAC that are consistent with the foundation's status as a charitable and educational 501c organization, providing grants to support select educational programs, including Middle East research educational materials, propaganda materials, and conferences, and leadership programs for university students. In addition to making grants for AIPAC programs, the foundation funds educational seminars to Israel for members of Congress and other political influentials. Sponsored trips help educate political leaders, indoctrinate really, political leaders and influentials about the importance of the U.S.-Israel relationship, though first-hand experiences in Israel, through first-hand experiences in Israel, briefings by experts in the Middle East affairs, and meetings with Israeli political elite. They take brainwashing to the nth degree. That's why they're so fucking successful.
It's just a tax form that they filed. Gifts of dinner, gifts of wonderful resorts to stay at, gifts of entertainment, all of which is packed up into one of these trips, is a very, very effective tool at influence peddling.
Influence peddling.
Most of our donors were like nudniks, like schleppers. The quality is starting to improve. We're attracting more impressive people. Until recently, the people we're attracting, is the guy who's wealthy, gives away $25,000 a year, $10,000 is to us, and this is his hobby and full-time job, and he won't shut the up or stop calling. We're finally starting to expand into the class of donors that AIPAC has, which is like the more elite, easier to work with, smart, strategic, writing big checks kind of way. It takes just as much time to get a $10,000 check from someone as it does getting $500,000.
The money raised by AIPAC doesn't just fund congressmen who support their goals.
If you wander off the reservation and you become critical of Israel, you not only will not get money, AIPAC will go to great lengths to find somebody to run against you and support that person very generously. And the end result is you're likely to lose your seat in Congress.
Is that democracy or is that corruption?
They threaten. They immediately threaten. Even if they know that AIPAC can't defeat them, AIPAC can make their lives more difficult. They can make sure that their next town meeting or something, some members of the Jewish congregation jump up and say, but you're anti-Israel.
In 2002, AIPAC was lobbying Moran to vote for the invasion of Iraq.
The executive director of AIPAC said that his most important accomplishment was securing the authorization for the use of U.S. military force in Iraq. AIPAC was pushing it very hard.
Why does AIPAC benefit from the United States going to war?
The United States getting involved in wars in the Middle East is ultimately in Israel's interests, because we have a stake in the region.
Congressman Moran refused to vote for the invasion, as AIPAC requested.
There are compelling, fundamental reasons why this body should oppose this resolution.
Then at a public meeting, he was asked a question.
A Jewish woman actually stood up in the town hall. She said, why aren't more Jews involved in the marches against the war? I said, if the leaders of the Jewish community were opposed to the war, I think that would make a difference.
The lobby reacted, claiming this was evidence of Moran's belief in a Jewish conspiracy that was leading America to war.
There was a conservative rabbi in my district who was assigned to me, I assume, by AIPAC. And he had warned me that if I voiced my views about the Israeli lobby, that my career would be over, and implied that it would be done through the Post. And sure enough, the Washington Post editorialized brutally. Everybody ganged up.
Sorry, Mr. Moran. You're not fit for public office. Manipulation from beginning to end. None of it is authentic. It's all manipulated in Israel's favor. And every one of you that touts their fucking propaganda only helps that solidify. It's those all-powerful Jews. Not Jews, Ashkenazi Zionist Jews from Europe.
So what are the main outlets that TIP work with?
Washington Post is the biggest one.
Okay. Isn't that like just down there or something?
Yeah, it's actually that building.
Moran claims the Washington Post's editorial board has a close relationship with AIPAC.
The principal editorial board of the Post itself has been a very effective instrument because they've been able to maintain their credibility. And it's a great paper in every other way. But because they have such credibility, they're extremely effective.
Everyone knew it wasn't anti-Semitic. Anti-Semitism has come to mean anti-Israel.
Yep.
The AIPAC crowd doesn't really care very much about whether or not a person likes Jews or wants one to move next door. All they care about is what their position is on Israel.
Mm-hmm.
Both of my daughters married Jewish men.
Because it's got nothing to do with being Jewish. It's got to do with being Zionist.
And grandchildren are Jewish. Anybody that considers me anti-Semite is ignorant.
I bet your Jewish grandchildren are not Semites. I bet they originated in Europe, which makes them not Semites. The Washington Post says that neither AIPAC nor TIP nor anyone associated with those organizations has had any influence whatsoever on coverage or editorials in the newspaper. So easy to say. It says that such allegations are outrageous with absolutely no basis in fact, and is contemptible that Al Jazeera would disseminate such falsehoods. Really? Even when it comes from other people's mouths who are involved? Congressman Steny Hoyer says, we conduct our fundraising in a lawful manner and have no direct or indirect knowledge of the instances you describe. Buying sacks of shit.
In part two, a battle over the definition of anti-Semitism on America's campuses.
There are those who claim, oh yeah, we're trying to stop anti-Semitism, but what they're actually trying to do is stop advocacy for Palestinian human rights.
In part one, our undercover reporter discovered that many young people in the pro-Israel lobby have given up debating the BDS movement on campus.
We try and go through student government and pass bills. I mean, looking back on it now, it's all crap. Fighting back against it has no practical effect. What has practical effect is getting Congress to give Israel military aid.
Tony.
What has effect is getting Congress to give Israel military aid.
He was attending a party run by an advocacy group that he joined. A journalist then approached him with an extraordinary proposition. He wanted Tony to work undercover for the lobby at a meeting of BDS activists.
Double agent.
We're trying to recruit someone to go undercover just to go there and just see what's going on. I think we want to get paid for it too.
Barney Breen Portnoy, that sounds like a British name, is a journalist for the pro-Israel Allgemeiner newspaper.
Yeah. Sort of sign up, do that profile, just kind of like see what's going on. Higher up, they sent an email today that like, you know anyone?
Right.
For some reason, he popped into my head.
A few days later, a journalist from the Allgemeine contacted Tony.
It would be undercover and have to be kept pretty quiet. We would like to have some recording device.
Rachel Frummer is the Allgeheimer's senior campus correspondent. We would like to have some recording device
On your person,
on your person.
any level of potential danger or, difficulty, violence or verbal assault, none of that concerns you or puts you off?
No, because I think I'm pretty good at just being kind of zen in the face of verbal assaults.
The Allgemeine claims to be the fastest growing Jewish newspaper in America. It pays particular attention to events on college campuses.
We're working on a project now about ranking U.S. universities and colleges in terms of their anti-Semitic and anti-Israel activity. We have a campus bureau that monitors this sort of behavior and these incidents and these campaigns all day long, all week long.
The Allgemeine often reports that anti-Semitism exists amongst pro-Palestinian student groups.
The language that comes from those arenas move into that sphere of the new anti-Semitism, which is anti-Israelism. And that's a big focus at the Campus Bureau, looking at the blurring of those lines and where those boundaries have eroded. As journalists, right, exposure is the goal, exposing truth.
Journalist.
In August 2016, a story in the Allgemeine caused waves in Washington's pro-Israel circles.
The thing that I'm working on, you might have seen the news recently about a cesspool of anti-Semitism at the University of Tennessee.
About the cesspool of anti-Semitism at the University of Tennessee. Aviva Vogelstein. I've heard her name before. Oh, no, that was Julia something. Aviva Vogelstein is the director of legal initiatives at the Louis D. Brandeis Center for Human Rights Under Law. Human rights or Zionist rights?
So the expose was on these anti-Semitic tweets. They uncovered 14 current students, 5 recent graduates at the University of Tennessee that had tweeted all of these horribly anti-Semitic things.
The evidence.
Exclusive. Cesspool of anti-Semitic and anti-Israel racist behavior at U of Tennessee uncovered by covert watchdog group. Sounds like an exciting article, doesn't it? And it's all fucking propaganda lies.
This was released by an anonymous group within the pro-Israel lobby.
They're called Canary Mission. Nobody really knows who they are.
Yeah.
They expose anti-Semitism, anti-Israelism, and anti-Americanism in the U.S., like on college campuses. They study it and then release these expose reports, but they're secret. They don't reveal who they are.
The University of Tennessee is based in Knoxville, a quiet city in the east of the state. Tennessee is conservative and religious. The Christian church has political influence here. 6 out of 10 voters opted for Donald Trump. At the university, students and professors, including opponents of BDS, were taken aback by the headlines.
It said that there was rampant anti-Semitism at the University of Tennessee. This was quite a shock. It was very surreal and strange. I didn't
probably
see
a lie.
anything happening on the ground. It all seemed to be.
Helena Steinreich is professor of Judaic Studies at the University of Tennessee.
Internet-based.
There's this international headline with our names and this defamation of our characters. It was the last thing that we were expecting to happen.
Well, I didn't read her
I
name.
was surprised that they were targeting the University of Tennessee. I mean, there's just not a whole lot going on.
Summer Awad was a student at the University of Tennessee.
On in Knoxville, it just seems such a benign target.
Several tweets were clear-cut examples of anti-Semitism.
From somebody named Sliding in My Yard DMs 69. Do not want to kill me. Just understand you can't get Israel just by saying to America that was our place. New one is the Blue Marble Fitness. Who authenticates as Irish Blake. So, one moment. Hello.
Hello. Can you hear
Hello?
me, Kat?
I can.
How you doing? You okay? Oh, that's
I am,
great.
thank you.
What you up to? Hello? Can you hear me okay, lad?
Lad.
All right there, mate. Well, how's it going? That's what we say in Liverpool. Fucking,
what's the matter,
you
Crinkle? You
there,
can't
lad?
sleep?
Even to the fucking lasses. Even to the fucking lasses, you know what I mean? That's all we talk, like, how you doing?
What's the matter, man? Crinkle, you can't sleep? Just lay down in bed and pray you don't go to hell. I already hate you, you dirty, filthy Jew. All people do is fucked up shit. Wish Hitler was around to show you guys. Yeah. So, I guess it's going to come out to be somebody fake that communique.
Some fail to distinguish between Jewish people and the State of Israel. Others made vile references to the horrors of the Holocaust.
There were definitely some very anti-Semitic things said, but it seemed to be by a limited number of students.
Those tweets are horrible, and that should not be supported by anybody.
One of the students, there were tweets from when they were 14, 15, and 16 years old. People do and say stupid things.
Students who were campaigning for Palestinian equal rights were immediately suspicious, believing the Allgemeine had another motive in running the headline.
The way that I saw that article was that to discredit some of the work that we were doing, they threw in these people who are a part of the Muslim community or a part of the Arab community around Knoxville, and things that they had said, things that they had done.
Well, we don't even exist.
They were very old, a lot of times before people had gotten to college. I think this is just old stuff that's being dug up for lack of any other material.
I was really horrified that you had essentially this blacklist of students.
The list included Summer Awad, a Palestinian American. She was accused of supporting terrorism after sharing a Facebook post.
In that image, I mean, all it is showing different tools of Palestinian resistance. One of them's BDS, one of them's stones, and the one that they circled happens to be the knife. They obviously have much bigger weapons than the Palestinians can even imagine having, but they're just able to frame this image of violence and to frame this image of defending themselves.
Yeah.
Shortly after being named by Canary Mission, posters and flyers linked BDS supporters to Hamas.
There was a list of most of the names of the students that were mentioned in the Canary Mission. All I kept seeing were flyers all over the place. Like they'll put it on cars, they'll put it on side tables in the student centers and stuff like that. That kind of scared me, to think that there are actually people physically on campus posting these things.
Back in Washington, Aviva is drafting a letter to the University of Tennessee on behalf of the Brandeis Center. They want the university to take a stand.
We're telling them that basically they need to issue a stronger statement. They need to investigate the students that were involved. They need to offer education and training.
In addition to drawing attention to those responsible for anti-Semitic tweets, their orchestrated release served another purpose. It's part of a wider campaign by the pro-Israel lobby.
The problem right now, I think, on universities is that administrations don't realize that anti-Israel statements or anti-Zionist statements often are also anti-Semitic.
To find out what anti-Semitism means for the lobby, Tony visits Aviva's boss at the Brandeis Center for Human Rights in Washington. Despite its name, it's a pro-Israel lobby group.
Hi, it's great to finally meet you. Really good to meet you.
Kenneth Marcus is involved in the lobby's attempt to redefine anti-Semitism in a way that could include criticism of the state of Israel.
Right now, the challenge is something that where people say, you know what, anti-Israel politics have nothing to do with anti-Semitism. Well, you've got to show that they're not the same, but they're not entirely different either. The goal is to have the federal government to establish a definition of anti-Semitism that is parallel to the State Department definition.
The US State Department defines anti-Semitism using a three-point test known as the 3 Ds. It includes statements that demonize Israel, those that apply double standards, or those that delegitimize the state.
There have been attempts by some to...
Now, again, today, I will go over that again. Anti-Semitism is anti-Semite. The root word is Semite. Come on, boys. The root word is Semite. That is one whose ancestors spoke Aramaic and other Semitic languages. These people from Europe, their families did not speak Aramaic or the Semitic languages, nor do they have Semitic DNA or blood running through their veins. They are not Semites. They are Ashkenazi Jews from Europe. Come on. They're not Semites. And if you were to be anti-Semite, come on, it shouldn't only mean anti-Jew, because Palestinians, Arabs, they are Semites, and there's a shitload more of them. And yet the minority of ethnic Jews get lumped in with non-Semites, which are Ashkenazi European Jews, and they make that mean anti-Semite. It's a complete fucking lie.
To try to define anti-Semitism in such a way that conflates actual anti-Semitism with completely legitimate criticism of Israel or Israeli government policies. They are overly broad and vague to the point where any kind of criticism of Israel or of Israeli government policies can be labeled as anti-Semitic.
One of the major tactics that the lobby uses to defend Israel, and it's done this for a long period of time, but it's using it more and more these days, is to identify people who criticize Israel as an anti-Semite.
The letter that Aviva was sending called for the University of Tennessee, Knoxville to address a long-standing problem of anti-Semitism on campus. The Brandeis Center is urging American universities to adopt a definition of anti-Semitism that could include criticism of Israel.
It's just so wrong. Okay, I'm going to break here. And have a talk out session. And I've got the right song for what we're watching. Oh shit, I didn't bring my phone in. One moment, please. I think it's telling me that The Real Housewives is about to be on. Voicemail, somebody called?
Good evening. The time is 7:58 p.m. Get thine butt over to Bravo. The housewives are waiting for you.
I'm doing a live stream.
Have a nice day.
You too. Who phoned me? It doesn't show. Oh, this phone, it drives me nuts sometimes. Just lucky enough to have it. Okay. All right, so it's a talk out session. Get your bongs and dabs and bantoozles and ruzzles. And in 3, 2, 1, fire up your dang shit.
إرهابي مين إرهابي مين إرهابي مين إرهابي مين إرهابي مين إرهابي مين إرهابي أنت إرهابي مين 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 إرهابي أنت إرهابي مين إرهابي أنا إرهابي كيف إرهابي وأنا عايش ببلادي مين إرهابي أنت إرهابي ماكلني وأنا عايش ببلادي قتلني زي ما تلت اجدادي أجل القانون على الفاضي ما انت يا عدو بتلعب دور الشاهد المحامي والقاضي علي قاضي نهايتي بادي حلمك انقل فوق معنى آلية حلمك لآلية تصير بالمقابر اختارية ديمقراطية والله انكم ناسية من كثر ما اغتصبتوا النفس العربية حبلت ولدت ولد اسمه عملية انفجارية وهنا ديتنا ارهابية يعني ضربتني وبكيت سبقتني واشتكيت لما ذكرتك انك بديت نطيت وحكيت ما انتوا بتخلوا ولاد صغار يرموا حجار ما لهمش اهل يدبوهم بالدار ايش كنو نسيت انه سلاحك ضب الاهل تحت الحجار وهلا لما وجع الفار بتناديني ارهابي
مين ارهابي؟ انا ارهابي كيف ارهابي وانا عايش في بلادي مين ارهابي؟ انت ارهابي ماكلني وانا عايش في بلادي
ليش ارهابي؟ عشان دمي مش هادي حامي عشان رافع راسي وارض بلادي قتلوا حبايبي انا لحالي اهلي اتشردوا راح اضل انادي انا مش ضد السلام السلام ضدي علي بده يقضي تراثي بده يمحي واللي بيحكي كلمه بشد ورا همه بيكون زلمه تعملوا منه رمه ومين انتو لسه امتى كبرتوا اضلوا قديش قتلتوا قديش شتمتوا امياتنا بيبكوا ابياتنا بيشكوا اراضينا بيخطفوا انا بقولكم مين انتو كبرتوا في دلع احنا كبرنا في فقر مين كبر في وسع ومين كبر في جحر صار فدائي عملتوا منه اجرامي وانت يا ارهابي بتناديني ارهابي
مين ارهابي؟ انا ارهابي كيف ارهابي وانا عايش ببلادي
بلادي مين ارهابي انت ارهابي ماكلني وانا عايش ببلادي امتى ببطل ارهابي لما تضربني كف واعطيك خد تاني كيف تتوقع مني اشكر اللي اتاني تعرف ايش انت قولي كيف دكياني راكع ركبي وايدي مربطات عيون بالارض وجثث مزتتات بيوت مهدومه عائلات مشردات اطفال يتيمه حريه بكلبشات انت اؤمر انت اقتل احنا بنقبر ما علينا بنصبر وجعنا بنستر اهم شي انك تحس بامان تريح وسيب لنا الالام ما هو دمنا دم كلاب حتى لا لما الكلب يموت في الرفق بالحيوان يعني دمنا ارخص من دم الكلاب لا دمي غالي راح ادافع عن حالي لو تديني ارهابي مين 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 ارهابي انت ارهابي مين ارهابي مين ارهابي مين ارهابي مين ارهابي مين ارهابي مين ارهابي انت ارهابي مين ارهابي مين ارهابي مين ارهابي
I forgot I left it on loop. I had it on loop. Overlay.
Dare to call me when I'm so busy. Who the fuck dare to call me when I'm so busy?
One moment, please. It is snowy. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'll put some butts together for you, baby.
Okay,
When do you think you'll be here? When do you think
about
you'll be here?
half an hour.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, sweetheart.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Did you eat dinner?
Yeah. I made spaghetti.
So you're not hungry?
No,
Okay.
I made just spaghetti and spaghetti sauce. I didn't like put meat in and all that. I
No, I
don't
know.
usually eat a lot of meat, so.
I don't usually put meat in my spaghetti because I can make 2 meals. One with meat
Yeah.
and one with spaghetti.
Oh
So
yeah.
it makes it go further. Okay, sweetheart. See you in about somewhere around half an hour. I'm live streaming yesterday and today, so but I'll just put on some music or something when I go down and have a cigarette with you, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Okay,
Love you.
thanks.
See you soon. You're welcome. Okay, bye.
Bye.
Right. So I knew she wasn't going to say anything private, so I'm going to have to stop this one and start a new one. So let me go start up a new one. Gotta set it up. I started this at something 22. I guess 222 I started at. So it'll be 822. Would be the 6 hour mark. So StreamYards. Where are we here? Okay, 119. Close this window. Less chance of the mic fucking up. Although at some point it probably will. Okay, create. Just copy it from here. Create live stream. Part 2. Oh, wrong window. Copy. Schedule for later. I wonder if I shouldn't start it until I finish with Kendall. Nobody's in here anyway. Doesn't make a difference. So I shall make this for 8:30. 20. Oh, no, wait. That's 8:33. Put in my Miss Cat Loves Palestine. And oh, I'm not gonna read it. I'm pretty sure it's right. I put part 2. All the same, just put part 2. Okay. That's set up. Give myself a like. Is that the last thing that was written in the chat? I'm not Crinkle. Why was there a hashtag in front of stuff he wrote? I still have 10 minutes left in this one. I don't want to go over that because that'll go over the 6 hours and then fuck it. May as well go 12. I have an admirer who's got it in for me bad. Just can't stay away. And always has to come and give 1 or 2 dislikes. Probably from another account. Does a second one. I have 2 suspects in mind. But it really doesn't matter. When I don't like something, I just don't give a like or a dislike, because all that does is help their algorithm for other people to see their shit. So I just don't put a like or a dislike. So if they're doing dislikes, they're just being children and helping me with my algorithm. So thank you. So the live stream comes first and then the upcoming. All right. Alrighty then. So that's on the studio page. So yeah. They have what's on top. Then they've got live now, which is the same thing. And then they've got part 2. I notified myself. I may as well put the link in here. There we go. Finished smoking my joint. And now it's the AJC, the after joint cigarette. Why didn't it show up in my... Oh, that's because I'm not in that. Okay. Just getting ready for when I reboot. Everything's set up. 4 more minutes. 3 more minutes, really. Oh, not according to this thing. It says 5:54:22. 54 would be 5 minutes and something. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Instead of 6 minutes. Okay, so let's see what's on. Drama distraction. My housewives are on, actually. Maybe I should just come on after that. After the housewives. That'll be later, though. Because this is the first showing, then they'll have a second showing later. Who is that? Oh, you can't fool Pops. Is that Benny? Or no, that's Pops. I haven't seen him come on for a while. Wolverine Transparency. CPAC. South Bama Gump. Jay's channel, but doesn't say Jay's second channel. Freakin'. Jack Talcott. Delete Laws. That's all. Oh, Delete Laws isn't even live. Oh, yes, there. But Cheesehead's not, and everybody else isn't underneath this. Okay, well, it's worth going to You Can't Fool Pops. Maybe I get Vinny mixed up with You Can't Fool Pops. When I was describing Vinny earlier, I might have been describing You Can't Fool Pops. Or just Pops. You can't hear it on my computer. So I'll put it on YouTube on my phone, and then you'll be able to hear it. It's mine and then his.
But look, you gotta feel this in your gut.
Don't let his answer.
You look at TV and you see what's going on, and you can go, "Oh, it's the Bible."
Don't let his accent fool you into thinking that he's a dummy. He's not a dummy. He's quite worthwhile to listen to.
It's this. This is predicted. They're greedy. No, this is way beyond greed. This is way beyond politics. Is like two groups get together and they argue and they come to an agreement. They both give up something, and that's the end of that. And that's politics. And then there's greedy people that just want these people, like, they want to murder us. They want to get rid of us. They want to depopulate us. Chemtrails everywhere lately. I don't know. I was watching one show. One guy goes, "Oh no, the good guys are doing that now. They're trying to, they're cleaning up the ozone layer now from all the chemicals that they put in it. All the metals and shit." I was like, come on. Yeah. I definitely think there are some good guys fighting. But it seems like nobody's going to jail. Not one real person that should be in jail has gone to jail yet. I mean, you can just start with, like, Clinton and Obama's. I mean, they gotta go. All these politics.
See, now, even though he speaks sense, who's going to listen to him? Because he has that, like, an accent of somebody who'd be like one of Archie Bunker's friends. So he's going to sound like he's uneducated. And when I say educated, I don't mean college. I mean just actually educated, like you have knowledge. I think he was a detective. I think he was the one, not Vinny. Or maybe both of them. I don't know. Anyway, it's time to bring this one to a cold close. I don't know if you're just here taping me or not. To the one person that's here, L'chaim. But, time for me to make the new one. So, new one should be on in about 8 minutes. Thank you to all that was here. Thank you to Mrs. J, who is here. I love you. And see you on the flip side.